okay. Music on Switch is good. I can hear the Switch. We're all good. Alright. Hello, hello. I hope you guys are doing well. Sorry, got distracted. Hope you guys are doing well. Oh. I have some news. I am slowly working on creating more content, or at least, spreading more content around. Or archiving content? Archives? I don't know. Point is, though, I now have a TikTok. There's only one video on it. Only one. But I'm in the process of getting more clips on it and editing more clips and everything. Any like funny clips that I think deserve a chance to be on the TikTok. I don't know. I don't know, I'm still tired. Yeah. Alright, so day 3 of the flying type only. We have to go to Hammerlock. Yes, so then that one... Oh, no, up here, okay. The issue is... I don't really have any good Pokemon to go up against Fairy. And I have a Noibat, which is really good. Well, that's Dragon. That would not be good. And then there's also Ice as well, or maybe Fighting? And then there's the Dark as well. Oh yeah, no, this is the Fighting one over here. I have to double check on what flying types I have. Okay, so I have a Ghost. That'd be good for... Okay, yeah, Ghost, and then this one's Psychic. So these two would be really good for the Fighting Gym. There's Soren, who is a Steel, and I think Fairies are weak against Steel? I don't know 100% though. I know that they're weak against Poison. Pokemon. Fairy weakness. Okay, Poison, Steel, and Fire. Okay. So fire types. Okay. So I know Soren would definitely be key there. That's good. I do have to do a little bit more leveling up with the Pokemon. You are to be over here. This is for flying types only. Ah! What happened? What happened? Oh, right. No. Batty gets back. Okay, there's that. And then the Vulpix also stays here. Okay. I think my one goal is to at the very least get the Togepi, Togekick, Togekiss. At like the very least. So that'd be really good for Hammerlock. Oh, I forgot what my character looked like. Yay! So blue. So much blue. Whoop! No. Burp. Just gonna get all that. See. Then I have to go... Nope, you're not flying. I don't want you. No, you're not flying. I don't want you. I don't want flying. Sparkly. Sparkle. No, flying. Flying? Yep. Nope. There's a shiny. I must have it. There's a shiny. I must grab. Those are not flying. Not flying. I only want flying. I'm not gonna lie, I am so glad that there's no really electric type gym leaders. Because I would not have a good time at all. Just, nah. Nah. Oh, wait. I don't remember if you're flying. If you're a flying type. I mean, you fly. Oh, very strong looking. I see. How strong? Oh, that's strong. No. No. Please. Bruh. Ah. Oh. No. I would like to run. Thank you. That one attack drained like half the health. I'd rather not. But am I even in like the right area? Yeah, because you evolve into the other one. Where? What are you at? Okay, yeah, okay. I am the least decent area. Crunch should be good. Or not, never mind. Ah. I just want to get it down to half, I think. Waterfall. I don't think that should kill it. Oh, it does. Whoops. Whoopsies. I underestimated park strength. Whoopsies. Okay, body grip. Guru level. I need to find more flying type. Nope, that's ice. Oh, here's another one. Woo! Wait, hold on. I think I can check the types of Pokedex even if I don't catch them. I just have to encounter them, I think? Oh. I just remembered that I had my fan on. I apologize. Okay, let's do that. Okay, waterfall might be, oh, that was critical hit too. I see. I see. Alright. Oops. That's okay. We can just look at... Oh, bug and fairy. Okay. Is it the same for the other one too? And fairy? Okay. That makes sense. Makes sense. No. No. Want lion type split. Thank you. You're just... Yeah, no, those are just... wait, no. Heal. You're very, very... No. Oh. Cuckoo. I'm just kind of trying to look around. See if I can spot... Oh! You were very strong. Like, very strong. I don't... No, thank you. Goodbye. Whoop! Oh, whoops. Well, you see... While you are flying type, I have one better than you. It is shiny. Ah. Oh, to you, sir. A good day. I know that I am trying to stick more to schedule. Oh, jeez. Whoop! What? No, stop. I'm just trying to look. Shiny? Shiny. No, I must have the shinies. Have the shinies, thank you. All the shinies. They will be mine. Oh. That's a big boy. No. Unfortunately, while you are cool looking, you are not flying. So, therefore, a good day. Good day. Goodbye. Yes. Oh no, that's psychic. No, stop. Too many. No, stop. Okay. Yeah, there's a Noibat. I have a Noibat. All good there. Ooh. That is a fully grown man. Whoops. I just kind of ran it over. Oopsies. Whoopsies. I forgot there were two. The only way I will catch you if you are shiny and flying. Just kidding. There's some in the Pokédex, the Pokéboxes that are not shiny. I apologize for. Yeah. Apologize for the misinformation. Oh, yeah, I forgot the Noibat is steady. Very shy. That one. I already have you. Oh, look at alright. Oh! I want to see if I can catch it. I want to see if I can catch it. Oh. I may have some regrets. I may have a few regrets here. Oh, that's 50. I have made mistakes. I have made mistakes. I have made mistakes. I've made mistakes. Mistakes were made. Okay. I was too greedy. I was just a tad bit too greedy. Tad bit too greedy. Oop. Shiny. Nope, shiny. Give me the shiny. Give me the shiny. Dude. Yes? Oh, if any Pokemon like that though. Isn't it like level 30? It was level 30 or so. Pokemon. At least I think, I don't know, I can't remember. My memory is not good. We zoom, we go. Is that so shiny? So shiny. Shiny. Was it a shiny or was it just the bike? Oh, shiny! I found it. This is nice. Oh, whoa! Oh no. No. Oh, what's this? You are just weird. You're just odd. I don't like you. You're weird. No. 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 Goodbye. I don't like you. Goodbye. Death. I mean faint. Or death. Go. Herb level, that's good. What? Herb. Better life, that's a-okay. Big squirrel. Squirrel. You were even weirder. I don't like you. It's just baboons. Nah. I'm good. There you go. Meow. Just looking for specific Pokemon. You were just fully grown men. No. Away. You frightened me. I'm just looking for birds. Get away. Away. Away with you. Looking for birds. Just looking for the birds. Just want birds. Pretty sure you. No. Fine. Bitch. No, you frightened me. Okay. Shiny. Shiny. Keep the shiny. I still have to figure out what my fun. I have no idea what the final team is gonna be. I have an idea of like what Pokemon that I do need. I like you, but you're also gonna just tear me to pieces, and I don't like it. Oh! Oh my god, you're adorable. Ah, so cute. I need more. Adorable. So very cute. No, I should probably fighting put. I really don't want. Just. Oh! Hello! I did not see you there. How are you? How the wife, how the kids? Oopsies. 32. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Oh no. I see. Ah. I mean, good try. Good try there. Very good try. Goodbye. Back to full, so that's good. You are a Gengar. You are not. You may fly, but you are not flying type. Leave me alone. Away with you. Goodbye. Ah, I do like you. Like one of my favorite. But unfortunately, I cannot have you. Sadness. Kind of form of that one. Oh my god, so many. Nope. I still see no. Alright, shiny Pokemon are overtaking my mind right now. Some of them are really cool. Whoop! Hello, Gary! Hello, hello! I hope you've been doing good. I am back. A surprise. Hi! Hello! I'm just currently looking for a certain fairy flying type. I have no idea where it is, and I can't remember where it is. Yeah, but I've been doing well. Also hope that you at least got sleep, you know, a little bit more sleep with the almost 5-hour stream. Oh. Hello, Clay! I'll be doing good as well. Hailstorm dropping everything. Just be sure that anything that needs like immediate attention is done at least. Or at least just like have the VOD on in the background while you do things. It's okay. Pat pat pat. That'd be real. I'll get red attack. Must have more powerful water. Hey, hello. Hope you guys been doing good. I'm trying my best. I already have you, bro. Just trying my best to. Oh, jeez, there's so many turtles. Trying my best to like stay on schedules and everything. I know that I have one planned for tomorrow with Bug Fable. It's the last time I wanted to be a functional person. Oh no, you're good, you're good, no worries. Again, there's always the VODs. The VODs are always gonna be there. It's okay. Oh, Bug Psychic. Whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But again, no worries. It is okay. Yeah, Bug Fables tomorrow. Do we even have you? Wait, no, I think I do. Maybe. No, I'm pretty sure I woke up at like 6 p.m. after. Oh no! Carrie, your sleep schedule just all sorts of messed up, and I apologize. Ooh. Yeah. Carrie, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for messing up your sleep schedule. Ooh, this one. I'm sorry. Ooh, uproar. Making an uproar. No, how could you? Ooh! I don't know if you guys saw this. Or I don't know how long you guys have been here or anything. So I woke up at 3 p.m. today. Go down to like 6. Okay, I know that's fair. That is very, very fair, no worries. Ooh, it is understandable. Oh yeah, I don't know how long you guys were here, but I mentioned this at the beginning, so I'm just gonna mention this again. I have uploaded something to TikTok for once. Any sort of like small clips and everything I plan on like editing, then posting it on TikTok. Right now there's only one. There's only one video. Already followed, nice. Scary, so I'm gonna watch that video, but I know Clay, no worries. Just like mute me, watch the video, then there you go. Again, you're good, you're good. You're good, no worries. Just have me muted. Mute me. Whoa. Well, download TikTok. No. Only if you really want to have TikTok, because I'm only really not gonna be on TikTok at all. It'll just be mostly for like uploading small clips and everything. Again, there's only one, and it's a Bug Fables. It's a little Bug Fables thing. That's the start of a slippery slope. Yeah. Just be very careful with how much time you spend on TikTok. Just be very, very careful. And also, there are also like some not very... There's a few not very good things on the TikTok. Be very careful. Yay, the bagpipes! Finally getting into that point. Yeah, but if you do like exclamation point TikTok, it'll bring you straight there with the video and with the profile and everything. I try not to download it, but I put a fork app. I know it's really sketchy. Like, so many turtles. Very sketchy. I honestly don't know why it does that. Like, that's electric. No, run away. Run very, very far away from electric types. We run so far away from electric types. Wait, no, you're like level 40 though. A pumpkaboo! Which one? I'm gonna go for E. I see lightning. Yeah, there's only like one video. I plan on, or I'm in the process of editing another clip down, and then I have one on the back burner. So, at least for now, there's gonna be like 3. In total, at least 3, and then we'll see where it goes from there. We'll see. Hiccups. Cool. Oh wait, no, this is ghost grass, isn't it? Oh jeez, stop. Stop. No. Here. No. Imagine having this Pokemon team IRL. Would Pokemon get hit by lightning? Oh, absolutely. But the thing is, anytime I see that it's like there's like lightning and everything, I would just hide inside and just not go out at all until the lightning goes away. That's it. If it's still raining, cool. If it's raining and lightning, no. No. Just no. I'm also like 5 seconds away from looking up where I can find a balance suddenly starts thundering. Not gonna lie, I would start to panic. There's like the oh. And I think it'd also be like, you know, how about we kind of just move this battle to another day? Just, you know, just another day with like no lightning or anything. Just kind of postpone for a little bit. Is any sort of like lightning or thunder? No. Not letting me win. I don't know. I'm fairly competitive. I don't know. I'm also just very paranoid too. I saw a shiny. Where is it? Oh wait, no, it was the rain. It was the rain. Oh jeez. Yeah, I don't know about that, Clay. I kind of like winning as well. I'm also just really paranoid. I go for a bit. Oh, good. Take your time. Another one. Oh, jeez. I saw that. I guess flash warning for a few seconds while I'm in this area, I guess. Oh. I saw a shiny. Yes. More shinies for me. Oh, that is a fully grown man. Oh. Goodbye. Hey. Yeah. They put umbrellas. They should. They can have like little umbrellas and everything. Ah! Who? Oh! You're adorable. I like you. Oh yes, 100%. They should absolutely just have like a little tiny umbrella that you have just while riding or anything. I just realized Shark's HP is not very... Not very... Coward. Well, maybe I am. Also, I wasn't expecting to, encounter a Pokemon just then and there. Too good at hiding. And now it's snowing. Oh. Oh, a moonstone. Okay, no, I'm like 5 seconds away from looking up where I could possibly find a Pokemon. 5 seconds. Yeah. Which one is this? Oh yes, absolutely. I know what this one is. I kind of want it. Even though I won't ever use this Pokemon, I still want it though. Yes, just getting some enlightenment. Is it Salamander one? Yeah, it's the poison fire type. Yeah. Yeah. Who's that Pokemon? It's that one! Oh, you're right. So fighting, waterfall, geyser. It is fire type, so it should deal a decent amount of damage, I think. I hated this one's insane. Yeah, honestly that's completely fair. Just facing off against the last one is not at all. No. Actually good. Oh no, never mind. Okay. Oh. Oh no. I have a feeling that with the Weevil, Lancelot's just gonna target the Weevil. Giant lizard versus giant fish. Who will win? The giant lizard or the giant fish? We shall see. Ooh, okay. What is it, the third? Ah! Rain. Rain, rain. Oh! Wait, you! You're fighting flank. I want you. Where do I find you? I'm also just gonna do a thing real quick. Just give me mint. Let's see. Oh hey, look at that. Hold on. Gonna catch this one. You need to get no more Magikarp. Can you do the whole battle then just say no at the end? I definitely could. I like absolutely could. It'd be very tempting, I won't lie. Very tempting. Like, tempting. Okay, then where am I right now? Stony Wilderness. I have to go down. Hey, just in a silly goofy mood. The bridge food. Ooh, okay. Hey, just you know, just a little bit of silly goofy. Okay, hold on. Go this way. You would absolutely just tear me apart in a battle. But you are flying, and I want you. But you're also like a good 20 levels above me. Goodbye. Yeah, I want the bird. I really want the bird. But it's also like so much stronger than I am. Wait, hold on. Is this? Hold on. Stony Wilderness. I have to go down again. Yeah, no, I would absolutely just get wrecked by the bird. Oh, hey! Oh, the people are back. Okay. How am I gonna find? Ow. Think did he leave hard enough? Maybe. Possibly. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Pokemon is an anime. Oh, you got a point there. Got a good point there. That's a very good point. Like, maybe. Oh. That's a big bunny. That's a very big bunny. No. No, thank you. No. Goodbye. It is. Like, the thing too, the pre-evolution of that Pokemon is so adorable. But then it just turns into that. It's like, no. No. Okay. I'm looking for a specific Pokemon, and I got told by a bird that it is like, somewhere in this area. Oh my god, the game is lagging so much. Ugh, this one. No. It's like the one cute bug Pokemon that turns into, yeah, no, it turns into just a green square. And then I think in Sun and Moon you actually have to go to like a certain place to get it to evolve. The thing is, that place is not accessible until like the very end. So it's just like, oh. Oh, wait, nope. Red area. Richfield, yeah. Did I get duped? Okay. Oh. Oh no, it's... Oh. Okay. So I just have to like keep on looking in like this area. So bad. Yeah. Like no! Why did you have to evolve? Why? Like some of the bug Pokemon are just adorable. They're so cute. This is very cute. I just want them to stay small and itty bitty. Just itty bitty. Please stay tiny. There are some Pokemon though where I'm actually kind of glad that they evolve. Itty bitty unless a giant flying fish. So true. Like if they're not giant flying fish, then they can just not evolve. Also, like this one right here, Digsby? I'm just gonna call it Digsby. I like Digsby. I'd rather not have it evolve. I just want it to stay like a tiny, adorable, cute little bunny. Please. Like, oh. Just look at it. Look at it. No. No. Every tiny cute bunny. Is that? Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Tatos. Is that Tatos? Is that Tatos that I see? Hello. Hello, hello. I hope you are doing well. Eee. I hope that you got some good sleep. Some good sleep after the almost 5-hour stream that I did. But hello, Tatos. I hope you've been having a good day and a good weekend. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing good. Hey! Awesome. That's good. That's good. That's good. Glad to hear that. Bunnies keep appearing there. They're upset with you. They are. they heard me just bashing the appearance of, yeah, no, they just heard me bashing their appearance and just like, you know what? Screw you. Is that like a dragon? Yeah, technically. However, it's not a dragon type, it is a flying water. It is not dragon at all. I find just a little bit funny. I'm trying to find... Or I can only... With the challenge that I'm doing in Pokemon Sword, I can only use a flying type Pokemon. Pokemon is so stupid with classifications. Yeah! Yeah, they are. Just like, I don't know about you, but that looks like a dragon to me. But nope, it's the flying water fish. Apparently. Apparently. I know nothing about Pokemon. That's fair. All good. No worries. All you gotta know is that I can only have birds or anything that flies. And if I am in a thunderstorm, or I'm up against like machinery, it is time to pray. Palpitoad looks infected with fungus. Yeah, absolutely. It looks so weird and I don't like it. Also, electric types come in berries. Yeah, you know, electric types for Gyarados, or Park, as we lovingly call him, would definitely just one-shot. Absolutely. Just extremely easily. And I am so glad that there are no electric type gym leaders. Doesn't Ice Weakness do for some flying types? Yes, for Noibat, because that is a flying dragon. And I know for a fact that Noibat cannot be used when I go to the fairy gym, because that just would not be good. Just no. Thanks. I'm trying to think of like what others will be hidden. Yeah, no. A lot of them will just hide and just be hidden. I hear just someone's car alarm going off. Laptop can be so laggy. You might want to do a little bit of cleaning out of your laptop potatoes. Like clearing out some cookies and everything, but making sure that you know the passwords and everything. And it should help, at least for a little bit. If you were shiny, I would have kept you. Okay, I don't think, sorry I was quiet for a bit because I was looking at my OBS stuff. I don't think you can hear the car alarm going off. It's just kind of going off right now. And you! You're adorable! Looks... Yeah, no, that's fair. How? Okay, wait, hold on. I just want to make sure that, not being duped. Because I would just not have... I think it's... Okay, alright. I've had some enlightenment. It's just gonna take a bit to find the, yeah, so it is cloudy. It's just gonna take a bit to find the one Pokemon that I'm looking for. Thank you, God. Even though I don't believe in you, but thank you. You know what? Hold on. How about this, God? If I'm able to find Togepi within the next 5 Pokemon, I will believe in you again. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, starting now. The next 5. Let's see. That wasn't a random encounter. That one doesn't count. the Zigzagoon just kinda ran at me. that didn't count. That didn't count. Okay, so from now. Has to be random encounter. Like this one. The 1. A bug. No, no, no. Incorrect. If you find the next one, if I want the next 5 random encounters, I'll start believing you're God. That would be really funny, I won't lie. Just oh. Nope. Nope, there's Digsby. I know that's 2. I know there's only 3 more chances. Stop with Bugs Bunny. No, that's just overworked Bugs Bunny that just kind of let himself go. To be like completely honest. Ah, gentlemen. That's 3. Only 2 more. Just 2 more. Just 2 more. Let's see. No. There. Yep, another Shelmet though. 1 more chance. There's 1 more chance. Is that little? I don't even know what that is. Is that supposed to be like a hermit crab or snail? I don't think snail though. I'm just a little bit confused about what that is. If you kill them, you get more variety. Maybe? I don't know. I just know that Togepi, the one that I'm looking for right now, is extremely rare. Or just very rare. Yeah, we can go though. I'll start with this one. I'm gonna kill this one. Goodbye. Oh yeah, Oyster. You know, Oyster makes a lot more sense. Not gonna lie, it makes a lot more sense. Although I do like its evolve form though. Like, loses its shell and everything, it looks kind of like a vigilante style thing. It looks really cool when it evolves. Although you have to evolve it while trading with another person with a Kira Blast. With the bug and everything. It's odd way to evolve it, but I think I get it. It looks really cool. Oh! Oh! Fishiki, are you evolving? Oh! Evolving? Baby evolving? I'm thinking my legging is become a virus. The baby evolved! Look at him! Look at him! Look at his little nose! It's a heart! And then the little tail too! The little tail like at the very bottom, it's also a heart. It's adorable! I love! Yee! Tatos came back at the right time. Look at him! Look at this Woobat! Hey! And it's still a flying psychic. It's still flying type, so I can still use it. Oh yeah, no, the ears look so dumb, but it only adds to the cuteness. Look at him. Yee! Adorable. My baby, mine. Oh, random encounter over here. I love is mine, my baby. The child. No, I love that so much. So cute. Also because of like the heart nose and everything. That's about it. It's just adorable. It's so cute. Pokemon only evolve with training are so stupid because what if I'm playing Pokemon plays anymore? That's so true. Like what if I'm playing like a game that like no one else is playing? You're playing a game that is on like a Game Boy. It's just that old. Like, and no one, as far as I'm aware, no one really plays Game Boy anymore. And the only way to trade Pokemon is with like a certain trade league thing or a certain cable. And as far as I'm aware, they're fairly expensive now. It's like yeah, that it's very dumb. I'm sorry. The mustache, the itty bitty mustache. The mustache. The mustache caught me off guard. Just like the he's so silly. He's a silly guy. Kill it with fondness, I will. I will kill it with fondness. I will give it like a good just pat. Just a good just pat on the head. While I use water ball on it. I like you, you're silly. Pat pat. Goodbye. Goodbye. Let's see. Benjamin still has to evolve. I should catch an Abra and I can't even do anything with it. No! Oh, that sucks. Wait, I know that you can like level it up. You just can't get like the final evolution. Because that one has to be trade. At least if I remember correctly. Like you can at least evolve it once. Like with the big bushy tail and everything, but to evolve it again, you need to trade it. You need to trade that with someone. I know! It looks so cool! Like, bruh, please. Ooh, takedown? What's this one? What's this one? Nah, I'm good. I think I'm also gonna replace Batty with the Togepi once I find it. Hiccups. Yeah, it looks really cool. Like, come on, why must they be just hidden behind a wall, a trade wall? Come on. Like, I know it would be like their way of making sure, or like you spending more money on like a different version and then more things. Then a cake? Is that cake? Is that pig that I see? Oh, hello, hello! It's been a bit. Hope you're doing well, pig. We'll find one of 3 different Pokemon from the same. Apparently. Yeah, no, I think I'm stuck with these Pokemon, but I know for a fact that the Pokemon that I'm looking for is in like this area. Just in a random encounter. But hello! Oh, there's this one again. This is silly. But hello, pig. I hope you're doing well. Is you're leveling up? So true. I fear of being like slightly over-leveled though. I know that at least 5 out of 6 of my Pokemon will listen to me if I'm over-leveled because I caught them and everything. However, Soren will not. Soren will not listen to me. The shiny will not listen to me, which honestly fair. I just want to make sure that I just want it to be already doesn't listen to you. Yeah. We had a little bit of a scare with the first gym, but it's all good. It's all good. No worries. I wonder if I should find like a different patch of grass. Ugh, that one, kill it.
Oh, hello, kitty cat.
I have a cat next to me now.
What's a Miss Kitty? What are you doing? Okay.
No, the bird that's actually a bird just doesn't listen to me at all whatsoever.
Yay, the cat. Yeah, hi.
Oh. I woke up this morning My cat was just on top of me. She did not move for like a good 30 minutes or so. And she was very comfy. She was just asleep. Oh, you're healing. Hopefully a little less lag. You were trapped. Yeah. I was trapped by my own cat. Trapped. Yeah, hi you. No, I know that I have a bell on her collar and everything. But sometimes she just moves like a little bit too quietly, and even then the bell just doesn't sound weird. Yeah, hello. Do so much. Just school stuff. Oh yeah, school stuff takes up so much. Like, oh. Takes up so much memory. Oh! Oh! The baby? The baby evolving? Blimp evolving? You blame my Wi-Fi level. Well, yeah, that could also do it as well. The child endangerer. Yeah, the child endangerer. Keep children away from this Pokemon. It will just fly off with the child. Abducting. So true. Abducting children would be so easy now. Oh, I love. If anything, I've gotten worse. Oh no. Tatos, you might have to restart your laptop maybe, see if that'll help any. Some say this Pokemon is a collection of souls burdened with regrets, silently drifting through the dusk. Right with YouTube, but Twitch despises me with a passion. Oh. Yeah, honestly, I think with Twitch, it might just be the fact that, ooh. What is that? I like. Section of soul stealing other souls, so true. That Twitch just has like so much going on, as well as like also live stream too. That was this one. Vanishes somewhere, then strikes target on next turn. Ooh, that's actually good. Does massive damage. Probably have to get rid of Hex. Now again, I get a little cut in of music, but I'm just oh, no, pet. You know, Twitch definitely takes like a lot out of your PC. Or laptop. Laptops especially. The right area, right? Am I in the right area? Redfield? Yes, okay. Yeah. You know, sometimes just it doesn't like to work. I know that sometimes it doesn't even like to work on my end. Which is, you know, not good. Next thing on the list is Google Docs, and if that does work, is deleting history time. Oof. That might be a good idea. Just kind of like slowly figure out the problem and everything. Just checking off one thing at a time. My cat has curled up. My cat has curled up behind. I see here. He's just in a little ball and sleeping. He's adorable. A deleted history is the mark of a guilty person. Maybe. I know that when I used to have a laptop and not just the PC desktop that I have now, I used to delete history whenever my laptop got a little bit too laggy. It would help sometimes. Sometimes it would help, other times, not so much. He's a kitty. She's adorable and I love her. Oh, yes, I will gladly use this. Sorry, I'm just like more focused on my cat right now. She is so eepy. Eepy kitty. Eepy. Eepy cat. Okay, kitty needs the pets. Yeah, so true. That's very true. I have such an eepy little cat. And then once nighttime comes around, she just kind of zooms. Just zooming around at the speed of sound. And she will not hesitate to, like, words. If I'm just laying down, she just will not hesitate to just stand on top of me. Like, no hesitation at all. This is giving me TST Shanahan stream. At least you're hearing like different Pokemon sounds and not the same one, like all the time at least. Like it's different Pokemon sounds at least. At the very least, but what? No, I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with you. Away with you. Because at least it's different Pokemon. It's also just like, oh! The baby! Child! Hold on. Please. Shouldn't die? Oh my god. Panic. Everyone stay calm. Stay calm. Be calm. It's okay. It's okay. Stay calm. I'm looking at my cat. I'm sorry, kitty. Yep. We will keep on using bites. Cool. Yep, it's just gonna be a tiny bit of a slow process. You know what? That's a-okay. That is a-okay. We are not gonna let this one die. It evolves into a fairy flying. We're gonna keep it. Yes, it's very cute. Yep. We're gonna keep using this one move and oh, okay. And then also Togepi is actually helping as well with using Bite, which using Charm, which lowers attack, which is good. Very good. Okay. I won't lie, I panicked there because Metronome. Oh, Metronome can like one-shot your own can one-shot the user. Oh, okay. I may be panicking just a tiny bit. Oh. Keep it pocket until she can be used. So true. No, Metronome, no. Okay. You know what? That's okay. That's fine. That's okay. Just do not use Metronome. Please, I beg of you. Just, if anything, keep using Charm. That'll be good. It'll be okay. That one's also good. That one's also good. Doesn't do as much damage. It's all good. It's okay. Okay, defense rose, special defense rose. Good. Good. Just stay. Okay. I think I can do one more and it should go down to red, I think? No. Oh, okay. Okay, we're good. Please let this be the last one to go all the way down to red. Yes, thank you. Okay. Togepi? You sure that won't kill her? I don't know. I am unsure. I am just a little bit panicking. It should be okay though. Hold on. I want to try this. I want to try the friend ball. Please, for the love of gods, stay. Oh my god, thank you. I don't know how long I was looking for this one Togepi, but I found her. Let's go. Okay. Oh. Okay. I'm okay. I'm good. We're good. This shell seems to be filled with joy. It said that it will share good luck when treated kindly. Oh! I love it's a spike ball too. It's spike ball Pokemon. Okay. We have to name her. What do we name her? What is name? What is name of Togepi? Call her like an egg. Ooh, what if I call her Oval? Which is scrambled or omelet. Omelet would be really it would be really funny. I won't lie. Hold on. I'm gonna look up like different egg recipes. Hold on. Scrambled egg or omelet. Be funny. Like maybe sunny side up? Egg recipes. Hold on. Top 60 egg recipes of 2023. Wow. There are apple pancakes? What? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm being distracted. Hold on. Egg curry. Just an egg. Ooh. Hold on. I'm gonna look at the dish. Ooh. Is an egg-based Italian dish similar to an omelet or a crustless quiche? Scrambled eggs. I like how this is spelt. So, I have found it. It is now canon that this Togepi is Italian, by the way. Hold on. How do I... Hold on. I'm gonna... Frittata. Oh, How about Italian? Frittata. I like it. It's gonna be frittata. Friggle. Hey. Oh, nice. Good. Hello, Bizarre Goblin. It's been a while. I have been doing good. Frittata. Yay! It's right spell. Yay! Clay, this is your Pokemon. No, we're gonna add to the party. Okay. Who do we want to get rid of? Yeah, your Pokemon. I'll be honest. I say that we get rid of Batty. Because Batty is a normal flying, which isn't really good for the, fighting gym. We already have this one, which is Flying Psychic. And then this one, which is Ghost Flying. So I think we might have to, retire Batty for a bit. Because I know, Frittata is gonna be in, like, the final team. Because of Fairy Flying. Right, yeah. I'm sorry, Batty. 07. Frittata! Yay! Dad. Amazing. Well done. Yeah. Well done. You scare me. Alright. And then, hold on, now that we finally have, now that we have Frittata, we can sub the Pokemon camp. My cat is still asleep behind me. Look at them! Look at them. Oh, jeez. Ah! Yes, you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Oh, the two babies! Babies. Hold on. Attack. 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 Oh, you look so angry. Oh. Oh, the babies are angry. Angry babies. Oh no. Come on, you got this. Yeah, you got this. Come on. Come on. You got this. You got this, Frittata. Ayy. Oh, but then there's that one. Ayy. You're killing each other, so cute. Oh, I know, right? Or at the very least, they're just killing me because they're just continuously going after this right here. They're so in sync. Look at them. Look at them. Oh no. No, 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 no. It's okay. Oh, and there's Soren. Aggressive headbutt. Aww. Just throwing. Blimp and Soren, are having just a little bit of a spat back there. Soren is the moody teenager that passes the rooms. So true. Ah, the little spin! Whee! Ah, little spin. Done. Oh. Go get it. Beloved Frittata. Frittata and Parker. Oh! Soren has the ball now. Oh, so true. And then Park is the older sibling that looks after the younger sibling. Oh. Oh. Fushigi is having a race with Blimp. Yay! Thank you, thank you. Okay, hold on. What's the play lot? Yay! Oh. Aww. That makes me happy. Oh, and then Benjamin, the Noibat, is... They're... Ouch! Soren doesn't seem interested in Frittata very much. Oh. Not really sure about the new Pokemon on the block, huh? Well, Soren, I'm sorry, but Frittata is staying. Let's play with other Pokemon? Okay. Hey, go play. Soren, it's an egg, you're a bird, come on. Oh, dude, I know, right? Oh! No, come here. No, you come here. Stop flying around. Come here. I want to speak to you. Look at you. Oh. Is Park just looking around? Yeah, no, Park is absolutely just the older sibling who's just paranoid. Where's the water? Where's the water? Where's the water? Water is needed. Water, please. Ah. Park, you're scared of Soren? Park, you are a big giant fish. There's no need to be scared of Soren. Come on, pat. It's okay. Wants to play more? Uh-huh. Hey, you're having fun though. Why are you scared of Soren? Just exactly. Just eat Soren, or at the very least, just give him like a little nibble. Like, come on. To play more? Okay, we play. Oh, wait, hold on. Soren the Terror, the entire team. Absolutely. Okay, and go get it. I want to see how you carry it. Hey, welcome back, Tatos. Welcome back, Carrie. Oh! Blimp stole it. Blimp stole the, Oh, hello. Hello. Yeah, Omdoc's perform too. Yeah, hopefully it stops the lag. Hey, but hello! So the Pokeball like steals the children, absolutely. Also, tell me how Blimp is just scared of Frittata. It is an egg. It is an oval. Also scared of Benjamin? They are both babies. They are itty bitty tiny children. Why are you scared of them? Ah. Wanna play with other Pokemon? Okay. Done. Who? Oh, Benjamin. Hold on. There you are. Get over here. Come here. I need to speak with you. How are you? You're adorable. Wants to play a lot? Ah! You're adorable. Oh my god, you are so tiny. It looks like Benjamin is neutral about Frittata. Lots of different places. Yee. Oh, and it's a bit scared of the bat. Aw. Oh no, if you scream into Benjamin's ears, yeah. Uh-huh. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that'd be a very good idea. I'm not gonna lie. But probably. Like, honestly, probably, yeah. Okay, hold on. Now we cook. We talk to everyone, we cook. We cook! Let's see. Do fried food. Say we do apple. Apple. Oh wait, hold on. What if we do the pungent root? Yes. And then this one, neutralizing smell. Yes. Oh, we're gonna go with that one too. Yes, good. Cool. We're good. And the root. And now we cook. Yeah, you can cook. This allows you to get XP for your Pokemon and also have them be friendlier to you as well. Yeah. It's usually just curry though. Or it's only curry because that seems to be like the Yeah, you can just speak in chat, Goblin. Is everything okay? I want to be extra certain. You okay? Dry herb medley curry. Yeah, cooking is awesome. Also, look at this! This looks so good! Ow. Happy Gyarados. Yeah. And the rest and everyone and all the Pokemon are friendly to me now. We're friendly. Okay. Now we stop. Soren leveled up again. Oh. There we go. Okay. Okay, we got the one Pokemon that we were looking for. So now. Is that a shiny? I thought I saw a shiny. Where's your shiny? There's a Sparkle. Doran, stop living like you already don't listen to streamer. Yeah. Yeah, no, Soren just absolutely just does not listen to me at all. does not care. So therefore, it stays all the shinies. I see shinies. I see two. Oh, more shinies. More shinies. Give me shinies. Oh! You scared me. Okay. Oh, another shiny. Shiny. Yes, we shake. Hope I misheard you saying shinies. Oh no. Animal Crossing. Yeah, pretty much. Just kept hearing saying, oh. Oh no, cake. I know, I promise. I was saying shiny. Like sparkly. I'll do it one more time. Like, oh. What? One more time? Oh, yeah, no more. Just only one time. Once long ago. No, it's all good. You were born. There are more birds. I want the bird. I already have that bird. There we go. Yep. There we go. Thanks. Oh, wait, you! You are gonna destroy me, though. I fear. Yep. But you're also a fighting type. You're also a flying fighting type. It's a very low chance that, yeah, no, I'm absolutely gonna die. Okay. You know, if I'm able to catch this Pokemon, I will be extremely surprised. Okay. It is over. Okay, I'm gonna try Waterfall. I can't catch over level 30 now. I can, it just won't listen to me. Until I get more badges. So technically I can still catch it. It just won't listen to me. Wait. It won't let the guard down. Oh, wait, never mind. I don't think that I can, actually. I don't think that I can. Park is so strong. I know, right? Nope. Ah! I know, Park is very strong, but I fear at that point, so now we're just gonna run. Or not. Oh, thank you, Park. Thank you for avoiding the attack. Amazing. Thank you. I think I'm gonna have to either like paralyze it or make it sleep. Park is such a real one. Yeah! Park is so real. Yeah. Why would you do that? Okay, yeah, no. Yeah. I'll have to come back for that one. Once I get more badges, I'll have to come back for that one. Park, no! You're a little bit too strong, Park. Come on. Oh! Lightning. Oh! Soren. Look, Soren. This is what you will someday become. Yeah, I got a bike. I can zoom. I zoom. Okay, hold on. I don't think I can do anything else in here. Because any flying type Pokemon. So I'm gonna be yellow again. Not yellow, I don't think. Ooh, a dive ball. for water. I don't think Soren's gonna be yellow. Flying type. Flying, flying, flying. Yes! Yeah! Look at me. I'm like all flying type now. Let's go. No. Improve bike? Or that first. Yes. Such a boost. The flying bike. Improve. Yes. Make me fast. I want to zoom. No, I don't care about the rally. Done. The max 5,000. Okay. I do not. Oopsies. Alright, then. Grass, water, and fire. Best of luck. Oh, you. Oh no, what did you do to Hop? Also, we are back again with the lore. No, he's back. The lore bringer. I do not like the lore bringer. Anti-carbonite is so cool. Oh dude, I know, right? I can't wait until Soren finally evolves. Soren won't listen to me at all. Ooh! I forgot how shiny, or how shiny. I can only think of shinies now. I forgot how pretty, there we go. Pretty this, town is. The hill looks so pretty while not listening to, yeah. I see lore over there. No, I refuse to go to it. Nope. I see lore. Nope, I'm just gonna avoid lore. Avoiding the lore. My team. I can't wait until Jokepi evolves. Wicked. I do not care. Unfortunately, it can't beat the game without the lore. Unfortunately, yeah. Like, no. Okay, so I got 20 revives. I will get, like... Yeah, just 160 Pokeballs. Yeah, sure, we can do that. Uh-huh. I do, like... 19. And 1 Premier Ball, and then this one will be 2. Just make it an even 20. This one. There we go. What a Pokemon. What do you have? You do not have any quick balls. Those are my favorite. Nope, I'm good. Ooh. Okay. Let's go and Violet. And what the hell's going on with the graphics team? Oh, dude. It's not only just the graphics team. There are also just like so many glitches and everything in those games as well. Like it is not good. Just how many? It's just no. There are too many. No. Like I can barely play that game. Yeah, I can barely I can barely play Pokemon Scarlet or Violet without just getting just super sick. Oh, wait, hold on. Sparkcap flying? It's tempting. I just can't even look at it. Oh yeah, I know what dude's saying. It's very tempting to get this hat. It is so tempting to get this hat, I won't lie. Just make it all flying. You know, it's honestly, it's probably best to not. Oh wait. Oh. Correct poverty. Then we're gonna make sure that get the backpack and leave the hat. Yeah, I will. I will. Yeah, we're just gonna make sure that everyone knows that we only have flying types on our team. I can get different socks, but I don't like them. Track bottoms. But I don't have the trunk though. That is true. You have a good point. But it's also just I just get really sick when looking at it. It's just nah. It's very tempting to get this, but I will not. We got the backpack, it's all good. We got our things, we're good. Oh dude, it's so much blue. Maybe a little bit too much, but yeah, a little bit too much, but it's all good. Oh no. I just realized that I have to do my Duolingo. Oh no, the bird. The bird is not gonna be happy with me, but that's okay. We are just gonna ignore the bird for a little bit longer. We ignore. We ignore the Pokemon. Can you catch Duolingo? I wish. If you could catch Duolingo, then I think you would have like the most OP Pokemon on your team. That just everyone fears. Oh. I didn't realize I was that close. Also, why? Why does the chairman look like that? Why? I don't remember his outfit being so bad. Yeah. I know, it's just as bad as I thought. No. It's bad. I do like Olina though. I do like Olina. Oh wait, yeah, the last time you guys saw him, you only saw like the top half. You know, this is just a bit of a close-up on what he wears. Yeah. He also is wearing like a little anklet too. I can't get over the shorts. For me, it's mostly the shorts, like, Reminds me of toothpaste. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's just... just an undercover cop just trying to fit in. Like, hello fellow youngins. No, Alina, come back. I don't want to be alone with the chairman. No, I don't like the chairman. No, just go away. What is on today's legs? It's like sports stuff where soccer players or football players have on their calves and everything, or better running, I think. Guys, I can now say I read in Italian. Oh, yo, let's go. I need to get caught up on my Portuguese. Yo, you can now say that you can read in Italian. Ooh, swearing in Italian. Let's go. I don't know much Italian. besides like some food items, but that's about it. Wait, no, that's French. No, never mind. I can't speak any Italian. Might be my fault. But it's okay. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna say that because they were just talking about swearing in Italian. Got five languages going on in duo. Oh, nice. I only have 3, I think? Yeah, I only have 3. Didn't mean to teach them that. I did. You're good, you're good. It's okay. Just as long as it's not like a slur or anything. Just, I draw the lines at slurs. But swearing, it's okay. Okay, sounds good. Yeah. It is all good. Wait, do I have to go inside? Oh, I have to go in. I don't want to. Oh. Eh. Eh. I don't want the more. I don't want more lore. Also, with the fact that the Italian swear means that, I can kind of see it, especially with the first word. Airlock Stadium doubles as an energy plant. No. I don't care about the lore. It's very cool. Very cool, but I really don't care about the lore. Kind of person who wears shorts with hearts on them. To be fair, the fact that it's a Pokeball is pretty much the same exact thing. Oh, I had to find the vault. I don't want to. Wait, ball guy. You, come here. For Pokeball celebrate? What's that? Ooh, a lava ball. Nice. Easier to catch lower level Pokemon. Cool. Ooh, nice. Nice. I'm also gonna go away now. Goodbye. I don't trust. I really don't trust the chairman at all. No trust. I was about to say that, but I'm pretty sure it's also a swear. We also got another fashion disaster. Again, I'm like pretty sure it's like the shorts. Don't read anything that Tat writes. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. Also, look at this. Another fashion disaster. I know what that one means. I know what that one means. Yeah. I'm at least like somewhat better, but I'm just like all blue. At least mine matches. I am a fashion disaster, considering the fact that it's only for flying type Pokemon. Like, yeah, apart from the hat. Apart from the hat, it was much, yeah, I was just looking at that. There is, tracksuits. Do you know what that one means? Oh, that's not cool. I was thinking about getting the tracksuit to have be like mostly black, but at least like kinda. Okay, sounds good, Tatos. Kinda gotcha. At least like to bounce out the blue and everything. At the very least, probably find a different backpack to kind of out on everything. That's a lot of blue. That's so much blue. At then again, blue is my brand. I only blue. There we go. Not gonna explain that in Twitch chat, but it's not a slur. Sounds good. Again, just so long as it's not a slur, it's okay. In Discord. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Like Discord. Shiny! I see shiny! Give me shiny. Yeah. Everything... all good. Everyone's pretty much near the exact level, so that's good. I see someone there. Like Vajra, sounds good. I see someone there that is very much looks like it would be lore. Yep, it's lore. Your name again? I do like his hoodie though. I want it. It looks really cool. I do kind of like that hoodie. Just not the orange though. Otherwise it is decent. I see many shiny trophies. Wow, thanks. I guess. I guess. But I see shinies. Fine. Guess I have to. Ooh. I do kind of like this. I feel like a secret here. Oh, there's the secret. Oh. Oh. Guess you have learned some things, Tatos. I have now learned what it means. Oh, gotcha. You have gained knowledge this day. You have gained knowledge. Desert tapestries. Something. Youths. Star. Disaster occurs. Sword and shield, stop disaster. Round kings. Sonia! Yay! I think the only one that's not a fashion disaster. Darkest day? I don't know. I'm not really paying attention to the lore. I like the music. Ooh, thank you. How I use those. Sonia. Bye-bye, Sonia. Now we go down and hope that I'm not stopped by any more lore. Because I don't want to be stopped by more lore. No! I was gonna do that. Yeah, he's very much a bro. Oh, hello. He very much. Whoop! Done. Secret. Secret. More items. Ew. Battle combo moves. Sure. Oh, okay, so it's only something that the starters can learn. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Why are you like all the way down here though? Vicious. Meow. And then bone. Watching the fish or something? Yeah, something. And are there gonna be shinies on any things on this breed? Oh, sadness. It's our duty as Team Yell to make sure Cobra gets a nice peaceful sleep. Then how about you don't yell? Maybe don't yell? Why is there already more lore? That's so very true. It's... They say that they want to make sure that everyone's quiet, but they're rather loud. With all your stomping around. Are you sure that's not your friend there? Oh no, Hop. Oh, Hop seems so sad now. Wait, why is... Oh yeah, I forgot, Hop is depressed. When did he get here? I kind of forgot. I did feel like a little bit bad though, because he does seem a bit depressed and not as energetic as he usually is. I do like this music though for Team. He saw the chairman and felt violated. Oh no. It's okay, Hep, I'll keep you away from the chairman. Chairman won't hurt you. I think the waterfall was a little bit of overkill, but oh well. Critical, yeah, maybe a little bit of overkill. Oh, ouch. Burn. Cool. Alright. Then... no, we're gonna keep... Come on. Okay, how much... That does not do a whole lot of damage. Okay. I'm gonna make target flinch. Then we could do rain dance. Park is so easily too soft and too scared of tiny birds. Absolutely. Park may look just so intimidating and everything, but just go in front, have Park face off against a small bird, and it's just like, oh, I cannot hurt. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, just a sweetheart. Ooh. Burn. Burn. Oh, 07 Linoon. Ah, Frittata! Frittata has grown. Must learn to move after you? What is that one? Help the target. Oh, okay. So that'd be more for like double battles and everything. Okay. No, I'm good. Even your bows were too noisy? That's on you. That's on you. Oh! Oh! Already? Oh! The baby! It evolves! He evolves! Ah! Yeah! Let's go! Yeah! Evolving. Aww. They say it will appear before kind-hearted, caring people and shower them with happiness. That is adorable, and I love that. It's so cute. Aww. It is now. It is now a flying frittata. Yeah. Be careful. There's gonna be eggs everywhere. Ooh, fairy wind. Hold on. What is fairy wind? Hold on. Ooh, okay. The fairy wind. I think I might get rid of Vale. We are rapidly losing BTTV. What's happening to the chat? Oh no. It's just my BTTV account is not really happy with me, right? There are like still some and everything. And I know that some don't really pop up with on like stream and everything, fortunately. But they still pop up. It's not really working well with me right now. Alright. I might keep Ancient Power. It happens. See? That doesn't pop up. Although, to be fair, that could just be because of FFC. I think I'm gonna get rid of you. Oh! Oh no! Hop is sad. Hop is very sad. Sleeping. Voice, why are you so sad? I don't know. Or yeah. Oh, I think it's because Bidet Bidet beat him in a battle. Is why. Bruh. Let there be rain. Yeah, so we can blame Bidet. Indeed. Yeah. Imagine listening to Bede. Wow. It's just like, oh. Stop. Bruh. Thank you. Ah. You know, it's just, imagine losing to someone with that pink of a coat. With that coat, just like, oh. Okay, then I think Frittata can evolve. Burn him. Why'd you have to be such a bad? I was just planning on going around. Making so many It's not my fault. I'm sorry. I just want to do like a funny little thing where I have only flying type Pokemon. And I just kind of forgot that it means that Gyarados is like one of the Pokemon that I have. Oh yeah, see? Bede wiped the floor. Bede wiped the floor with Hop, so Hop is depressed. Oh, Hop is so sad. But he said that I was dragging Lee's good name through the mud, being so rubbish like I was. I just can't get those words out of my head. Oh, if I'm weak, people then people will think Lee's weak too. Yeah, no, Hop is sad, so we're sad too. But I want that. I can't let Lee get dragged down. He's the unbeatable champ. Hop cares a lot for the brother. Gonna have to take some time figuring this out. See you around. Oh no! Oh, Hop, come back! What is yours about Hop? Oh, dude, same. Oh. See ya? Alright. Oh, you! You are the fairy gym leader. You. Hello. Basically, yeah. She's a literal candy cane. I love that umbrella though. Look at that umbrella. Also, her nails are very long and very sharp, and I fear. Kick her. Not right now, not right now. Not right now. Maybe later. My Pokemon didn't even get healed as a mage. What the heck? Hold on. Gonna run. I will kick her one day. It might just be when I'm challenging her Pokemon. Also, he got a lot of speed. I go super fast. I don't know. I don't think you guys can hear my cat, but she is letting out like the tiniest little snores in her sleep. And it is so cute. She is adorable and I love her. Yee. I don't care about their Pokemon League, baby. Yay! Itty bitty. Meow. I know. I just zoom. I zoom. Meow. She's adorable. Okay. I have to. I don't want to. I have to. My super cute Pokemon is interested in your Pokemon. Oh. This is gonna be like a little tiny baby. We established you're a pigeon, right? I don't know about pigeon, even though I can do this. I don't know about pigeon. Maybe like a magpie. I don't know, but she's very pretty. She's so pretty. White people happy. Very pretty. One thing that I want to know, why is she out here? Oh, good, I know, right? She does not deserve to be a random NPC. Whoa, whoa. Let her be a main character, please. She looks so pretty. Find the views? Probably. Most likely. I do feel bad for beating up her Pokemon. But nope, Storms just keep on leveling up, I see. Her name is even called Beauty Anita. So even the game knows that she's pretty. To be fair, I would understand it if she was admiring the views. See. Octazuka? Okay. I don't know what that one does, but okay. Just scary. You know, whenever I see the metronome being used, I like have a split second of fear. It's like, metronome can allow the person to use any Pokemon move. Whether or not the Pokemon can learn it or not. end up with that. So there would be like a pretty decent chance that Clefable could use an electric type move. And then I would just be dead. I would, especially with Gyarados too. Gyarados would just be one shot. If it was like an electric. Yeah, pretty much. Just electric move and nice game. Nice knowing ya. Yeah. Especially with Gyarados being water and flying, that'd be like a full, it's 4 times weakness. Ooh, Whirlwind. Yeah. One away to put up different Pokemon is dragged out. Nah. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, just very much just 07. Different electric type this move. They were still so pretty. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, I think this is mostly like ground. No, there's electric type here too. No. I run away. Nope, I run. There are electric type Pokemon. I just run. I run away. I move away. Cause that one right there. That little yellow guy. Electric. Oh, nope. So I fear. I have so much fear. Oh, no, I can't go that way, can I? Ooh, rare bones. Whoa. Can I go this way? Yeah, technically. I want to see the other person. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go this. Oh, just one electric move. It's just 07. Backpacker. Damn, I like you. You're cool. That's like the you're all fighting type, aren't you? You're fighting type, I see. I see. Aha! In that case, Sif says the very sorry they can't watch the stream. Oh, but oh no, it's all good. Tell CF not to worry. There's always the VODs. It's all good. It's okay. They don't have to watch like every single VOD. It's all good. Or they don't have to be here for every single stream. It's all good. It is okay. It is all good. All good. I think my cat is sleeping in like a bunch of clothes. This city kitty cats, they just fall asleep everywhere. They just fall asleep wherever. I know that my cat will like absolutely just make a nest in my clothes whenever she can. Cats love clothes and things they shouldn't touch. Oh no, absolutely. Like when I'm just doing things on my PC and everything, my cat will actually like hop up, be in front of my monitor so I just can't see anything, and then just stare at me like staring. Like she knows she's not supposed to be up there, but she wants attention. The only good thing about my desk, at least, is that my keyboard is like in a little hidden compartment. That way, she doesn't like mess anything up when I'm typing and everything. My cat sleeps on my chest and like strangles me. I feel that. There have been so many times where I just wake up and my cat is just on my chest, just sound asleep, just will not move for anything. Muy dramática, estica. Very, very dramatic, fantastic. I think those are the words. My brother, my brother shimmied me for sipping for the NPC. Your brother has no taste. Your brother simply has just very poor taste. Because she is very pretty. I hear the ambulance. I don't know if you guys can hear it. There it goes. Oh, I like this NPC too. This NPC. Hold on. I'm actually gonna fight you. Because you look pretty too. Ooh. She's a model? Ooh. Cool. I like the jacket. Ugly eyes. It's all good. That means that my OBS is set up that you can't really hear any like outside noise at least. Are you in coffee right now? Oh hey, a scorpion. Crunch. I guess it does about half, so we're pretty good there. I don't know what you mean. I simply do not know what you mean. Oh hey, 2 bites and dead. Wicked. Ooh, Aquatail. Heck yeah. Done. Probably gonna get rid of bite. I'm watching you. I have no idea what you mean. I don't need coffee. I can't survive. Can. Oh, okay. Don't need coffee. I can survive on low sleep. That's fair. To be honest, I just have like a few sips. Just to make sure that I at least have energy for streaming, if that makes sense. Just at least like some it's at least some energy. Some extra energy? I have no idea what you are talking about. I am oblivious. I do not know. I do not see. My eyes are closed, I do not see. Wait on, actually, my glasses are off. I do not see. I apologize. I drink coffee like 2 times and does nothing for me. That's fair. I know it only works for some people, not everyone. To be fair, I know people who make their coffee with energy drinks? How? What? No. That is too much. This guy, he's just kind of standing there. Huh. Oh, they're not. It could just be that they're just acclimated. I'm sorry, I just wasn't expecting, I wasn't expecting this music for, I wasn't expecting different music for an NPC. Is that a cat? I don't think so. I think it's supposed to be a Pikachu. Yeah, it's supposed to be a Pikachu. You're too busy living, laughing, and laughing. So true. So true. I don't... He is very silly. What is neutralizing gas. Oh, okay. Yeah, but he's very silly. Just to look at his face, it looks like he hasn't slept in like a week. I'll be completely honest. They put so much effort into him, and for what? I have no idea. But honestly, they did a good job. Oh! 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 Okay. I guess. He is dressed better than the majority of the male population in this game. That is very true. Yeah. Yeah, no, 100%. Like my beloved. Oh no, potatoes. Pat, pat, pat. It's okay. Oh, hiccups, they're not fun. Hung on. Ouch! Just killing all of them. It looks like it, yeah. Yeah, no, there. That one very much almost killed me. For the first time in a while, I would have had to switch Pokemon. Except I just have forward updates, but I haven't got one yet. Like for updates like 5 times. Oh no. Ooh, drill pack. No, if anything, it also just might be that, Ah! Hello? Okay. Someone just honked. It could also be just, laptop is just wanting to have words. It seems like a laptop just wants you to have a bad time. There we go. I know. Just the eyes is so soulless. Like, oh, it's so soulless. Oh, I feel bad for beating him up now. Yeah, he's just going through it. Wait, no, never mind. He's happy again. But how close can I get? Why did he have to move? Why does it look like he's looking at the VTuber? Hold on, give me a Oh, but I'm sorry, that's just really funny. Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to threaten me right now. Like, oh, well then. Oh, cat is awake. Sorry, kitty cat, did I wake you? I know, it's just absolutely threatening me. Ooh, Little Town. I see Hop there. I don't want any more lore. No lore, please. No, thank you. No. I'd much rather not. We head on fighting. I see chairman one more time. We need like at least an hour of no chairman. No chairman, and then we're good. I don't care about the rare Pokemon, no. I have a feeling I might have to... switch around some moves at least. There will be crimes committed. Crimes will be committed. if the chairman is seen one more time. Swift? That could be... no, wait, no, that's normal. That won't. Ooh, wait, hold on. Did I miss... Oh, here we go. This... What crimes? I would just cry very loud. Yeah, no, that's fair. So we beat the chairman up. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it, let's do it. Yes, absolutely. Argue with that statement. I say that we just beat up the chairman. Ew, nice. Then we do some selling. Ah! Selling and also buying. Brother. Sell that. And then we sell that. And then we sell this. Then we sell this. Just sell everything. Just gonna get rich. Just gonna get very rich. More money. And money. I do think a lot of lag is Wi-Fi because YouTube is... Oh, that's right there. It makes sense. Wait, no, I want to... Maybe quality? Possibly. Okay, so I can come back here. I know that there's... Yeah, just sometimes internet be weird. Not really much. You know, not really much that really tea. Focusing. Looking for moves. Remember move. Hustling medium. Oh, gotcha. It also might be it also might be like how many devices are connected to your internet as well. Oh, thank you, CF, but it's okay. Thank you. Bye bye. You're good, CF. No worries. You're good. You're good. Hi, CF. Bye, CF. I guess. Yeah, it could also be that too. Just how many like how many things are connected to the Wi-Fi. Hi Clay, bye Clay. Hi Tat. Hi Tat, bye Tat. And let's see. That's still not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for. It's weird now insulting that. We have Hold up. 3 consoles, 6 phones, 4 laptops, 5 TVs. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that that is why your internet is not good. Yeah, that makes sense. It happens. That's definitely why internet's just not good. Just a lot of things connected to the one. Many things. Many. Many tato. What can I buy from you? Metal coat? Nah, I don't need it. Wait, hold on. Here's the next bargain? Okay. No. What's next bargain? Good. A good reward? I'm just gonna barge into Pig Deal's house's work. Oh, this is quaint. Oh. I see a hop over there. The old lady from before. Oh yeah! It was her! Wait. Hold on. Oh my god, it is! Huh! It is! Okay, hold on. Her! And she's just cooking. Good on her. Good on her. Fruit. Okay. That. So don't really. Her. Oh. What before about me being weak and dragging down the name and all, yeah. It's stronger, right? All kinds of different things against you and see what works. Alright. Oh no. You may stop spying after seeing you fail. I still feel really bad for Hop. Oh. Is that a bird? Bird! That is one bird that I do not have. Bird. Bird. French. Oh. I'm not gonna lie, it looks so dumb, but I love it. Like, this bird looks so dumb, but I love it. Please catch one. I will, no worries. I just had to find it. It must be found. Ooh, Benjamin has leveled up. Nice. Let's send out Toxel. Oh! Hold. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Enlightenment time, it's where I definitely don't look up anything to see where a certain Pokemon is at. Or like get information about something. Oh no. Okay, you are but an itty baby, but I still fear. The baby is very lethal. Hold on. I know, it is adorable, but it's lethal. Okay, that's good. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm good now. This is like when Park was scared of the teeniest babies. So true. I took Part out. I took Park out so that they were not intimidated by the baby. So like, I know that was very lucky. Oh. That was very lucky. Oh. Okay, that is grass. Okay, yeah. It's gonna be even sadder now. Oh, I know. I feel bad. I feel bad. I don't wanna, like, make him feel bad or anything, because he's already depressed. Like, looks like a banana. Yeah. Lucky really does look like a banana. Very much just banana. Just banana. Yeah, Hap, you got this! It's not very effective. It's okay, Hap. Meow. Just banana. Okay, I actually never knew what that looked like. I should catch this one. Yeah. Just catching Pokemon. Catch any Pokemon that looks like a food. You would have a lot of fairy types on our team, let me tell you. Because I don't know why, but a lot of fairy types just are food. There's also the ice one where it looks like an ice cream cone. And then I think also Appleton as well. That is Grass Dragon, I believe. Fairy type. Yeah. Yeah, elsewhere. This one should be easy. The snake! Did you catch the snake though? It's just kinda chilling out. Idio. Ah, there we go, it is. Okay. Who wouldn't aim for super effective? Oh, Hop, I'm so sorry. Hop, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Hop. It's so sad. Oh no, I know. Yeah, it's just, oh. Hop, I'm sorry. Oh, my strategy goes right to pot when I've got all these bad thoughts running through my head. Oh no! Oh, Hop. Oh. Oh, Hop, I'm sorry. Oh. Oh. Oh, because his little brother is rubbish. Aw. Yeah, you got this, Hop. You got this, Hop. You can do this. Oh, jeez. She definitely gave me quite a scare there. Gym challengers should bow for the sake of their own Pokemon. I worry about saving the champion's name. Depressed Hop and then just okay then yeah. That was quite the shift there. Here's something for Let Me Watch Your Battle. I didn't know that you were watching in the first place. But thank you, I guess. You were watching? Okay. Alright. For the sake of cover, I have no idea. I have no clue. I don't know and I fear. Yeah, just always watching. Oh my god, Opal in chat. Oh my god, is Opal in chat? Oh my god, oh my god. Hey yo. Gonna heal Pokemon. The next is the. I do not care that there's a rare Pokemon. I don't care. No. If it's not flying, I don't care. Okay, so do that. That should be good. And if anything, I can also get Blimp as well. Or at the very least, just have Blimp subbing for. What's over here? I wanna know. I wanna know. I'm going this way. Whee! Oh, I know this place. I like it. I'm not doing anything. Tomorrow's gonna be so boring. Oh, that's okay. Pat. But I think you could probably just have it be a time where you just relax and everything. Just relax. Oh, good. Love the song in that forest. Oh no, same. Same. It's been a while since I last been in there. Oh, you. Heavy ball. Are you watching stuff? Hey, sounds good. Good, yeah. Cool. I don't think I'm ever gonna use it though. Uniforms. Ooh, ghost uniform looks pretty cool. And ice, I like ice. But no, I'm gonna stick with flying though. I'm gonna stick with flying. Okay. What are you selling? This looks like Splatoon. It really does. That's amazing. I think I'm also gonna get like 10. No. What? Hold. Here we go. Speaking of Splatoon, when Splatfest comes about again, I'm definitely gonna stream that as well. At least on Friday and Saturday. Like 100%. If I play Pokemon, I'd have to stop myself from changing outfits like every time I play. Honestly, that is completely fair. The evil soundboarder. Probably. Perhaps. Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me just a moment. Hold on. There we go. I live in fear. What is the evil soundboarder? It's the other person that I tend to play Splatoon with. And it is, Rice. Ah, no, bruh. Let me have my flying uniform, please. Thank you. The evil soundboarder is Rice, because Rice has like a ton of, sounds and everything. Oh, what is this? This makes me fear a little bit. Speaking of white rice, hey, did you guys know that the person that made this the PNG tuber that I'm using right now was actually white rice? If you do !PNG or !VTuber, you some links will pop up for you to click for like Twitter and Twitch and be able to follow white rice if you haven't already. Be sure to go give them a follow. Also, what is this? Huh? Huh? Oh. What? What? Oh, I actually have to like rotate. What is this? I guess I'm spinning now. I spin. I guess. If I was actually on this thing, I would get so dizzy so quickly. You look pretty dizzy. Are you sure you can battle in that condition? I have no idea. We'll see. I'd pick immediately. I'd have to hold it back, but yeah, no, I definitely would as well. Definitely. Ah! Adorable! Cute. I think I could survive. Nice. The lucky few. Oh. The lucky few. Yeah, I don't think I could. If I did, it would be like just barely. Like, just barely. Oh, bye-bye, I'm sorry. Level up. Oh no, never mind. Beware. Oh, the big bear. The big bear. You're adorable, and I love you. I'd be incapable of walking straight in anyway, and just be spinning for ages afterwards. Don't think I would puke. That's fair. Like, so long as, well, I think so long as you, like, were able to, like, not puke, it would be, I counted words. I would count that as a win. There we go. Crush your bones by hugging you. Be scared. Oh yeah, no. I know all about this one. I am terrified. There we go. Ooh, critical hit too. Nice. Okay, so Blimp and Park level up, so that's all good. Blimp wants to learn the move self-destruct? No. 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 Never. And Disney, no, I'm completely dazzled. What an incredible battle. Nice. Even though I just used, super effective moves all the time. Self-destruct. No, I refuse. Refuse. War. Uh-oh. Oh, I have to use that. Okay. But it'd be so funny. I still say no. No. No, thank you. I'm good. It'd be funny, but also just no. No, thank you. Nah. I'm good. There it is. Potion 120. Cool. Then regular potion. Nice. Our gym mission is like a theme park attraction. What do you think? I think I'm gonna be dizzy. I like her hair. It looks cool. Perfect. Oh yeah, you! I thought that you were Flying Bird. Or flying fighting, but you were not. The Miku bird. The Miku bird, it is back. It has returned. The Miku bird. Now, if only the shiny form was blue, it'd be really cool. Or like the brown was blue. Oh! I think that'd be pretty funny. I think I watched one video of Pokemon stream for like 20 minutes, but this is the first time watching for this long. It's all good. I'm guessing the time we watched it for like 20 was like when I was doing the shiny hunt. That was like a lot of just same thing over and over and over again. Hey, 3 level ups, nice. Ooh, Soren is also at level 35. Soren does not listen to me at all. Maybe? Yeah, could have been. I don't know. Yeah, no, you really don't miss much from the shiny hunting stream. It's just like the same thing over and over again. Whoa! Wait, then this way? Wait, hold on. No. We go this way. No, the shiny hunting stream was very much just the same things over and over again. I think it got to the point where I was like kind of zoned out for a lot of it. Oh jeez. Okay, I guess that's good too. Alright. Yeah. Just a lot of my sanity was just lost. Cool. We use this. Wicked. Is it? I think you could have found a shiny and not noticed. Probably, yeah. If it went on for even longer, yeah, 100%. Like, no doubt. Oh no. Okay, go. Good. I was also listening with sound as well, so I could hear the sparkles. After listening to the same sound like over and over again, I think it would have definitely stood out. So if I would have found it, it would have been... I think it would have been good? Maybe? Hard to say, I don't... Oh. You ever hear it in moments of complete silence? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes when I'm just like trying to fall asleep, I'll hear just the sound of the rickety. And then I'll just be just wide awake. Potatoes, leveled up. Let's go. Yeah, sure helps. You be hearing things? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Actually, no, I think I'll be good. Yeah, just in moments of complete silence, sometimes I think I'll hear my name. Then it just won't be like no one has said my name at all. Oh yeah, sometimes songs that stuck in my head. I think one of them was recently like just really quietly, and then it, yeah. No, I completely get that. I get that too. I think the most recent song that's been stuck in my head is... Hell's Coming With Me, I think? Like either Hell's Coming With Me or Blackout by Solace. Also George Storm. George Storm has definitely been stuck in my head for a bit. Just not gonna lie, it's been stuck. George Storm's coming tonight! It's a category 5! We like lying in bed, everyone's asleep, 3 AM, suddenly hear some random song. Yeah, it's just like the oddest thing. Your brain is just, has just latched onto a song. It's just like, okay, now we just listen to this one part or from this one song over and over and over again. George Storm! It's okay, Tatos, but. It happens. It happens, Tatos, no worries. You're good, you're good.
It is okay.
Then everyone's all good, right? Yes. Cool. Also gonna save again. Because I am paranoid. There we go. George Storm's coming tonight. It's a category 5. I think I hear people screaming, not like shouting, then I'm just like, yeah. Hiccups. I know that is completely fair. I haven't heard people scream when there's no one screaming. I have heard my name quite a few times, but then that's just about it though. We are back to the drop. Yeah, it could just be your brain playing tricks on you. Yee. Yeah! Look at him! He's dancing, he's grooving. They're so cute, stop it. No, never. No. Oh, they must be gone. Goodbye. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to switch. Okay, cool. That's good. I think I'm gonna save Gyarados for last, I think. Maybe have Blimp for the last one? Oh. I'm gonna switch. Park's slowly becoming your ace instead of Soren. Slowly, yeah. That's only because Soren doesn't like listening to me. Oh yeah, payback. I'm gonna do that. It is so rude, SMH. How dare Soren not listen to me? I think once I have all the gym badges though, I should be able to use Soren again. And Soren should be my ace once more. Fix the mold. Let's mold. I don't know what that one is anymore. Okay. This one, it is dark though. Oh, won't. Yeah, no, that's not a lot. Oh! I see! Aha! Huh! Alright, we're gonna let Park come out just like a tiny bit earlier. Oh no. Oh, yeah, no, just, see ya, Blimp. I kinda forgot that Pangoro could use, dark type moves, so, see ya, I guess. I know, Blimp is just gonna stay in the Pokeball now. Blimp is just gonna stay in the Pokeball, it's all good. And we're just gonna rely on Gyarados for a bit here. just tiny bit. Tiny bit. Then Waterfall, and hopefully it makes him flinch. Flinch? Flinch? No! Okay, that's still good, okay. Then Waterfall over time. Alright, there we go. You know, Blimp is down a lot of health. Ooh. Surfetched. No, I should be good. No. I think I should be good at least. Okay. And then... and a super potion for Park should be good. Just the one time. No status boost for anything yet. Okay. Ooh, okay. Good thing that I didn't use, or it didn't bring Blink back. Look, one has. Yeah. So it's just that's a leek or a green onion, I guess. Yeah. Has a sword and a shield. Oh, like the games. Sword and shield. Ayo. Roll credits. We got him. It's done. You can go home. We finished. We finished the game. we found the legendary Pokemon that has both a sword and a shield. It's done. It's all good. The legendary Pokemon are fetched. Ooh, 4 level ups, nice. Okay. Tatagrood, level 32. Double Edge? No, I'm good. No thank you. Grid to level 31. Born Grid to level 36. About to send up Machamp. Could be. Yeah, it's just a dude with 4 arms, pretty much. Big fish. Big fish. Oh yeah, have you ever seen this? Yeah. Yeah, just big fish. Just the Pokemon grow. Yeah. They are even bigger. Oh yeah, and then he has an entirely different form too. Yeah. Hey, welcome back, CF. I think you got here at a good time. What's happening? Big Pokemon battle. Big. Also, hello again, CF. Hello. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, the big fish snake. Yeah. Very big. Yes. Big water snake. Got bit by a snake once. Ooh, ouch. Ooh. No. Hopefully the snake wasn't venomous at least, or at least not too venomous. Oh no, you're in jail. Oh no. Tedros, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, this born green snake? Okay, so probably just water snake then. Yeah, welcome to Pokemon. Where the just ridiculous happens. Yeah. Yeah, this is Pokemon. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hello. Hope you're doing good. And we won. Which I'm actually kind of surprised about, I won't lie. Could you imagine being in that crowd? I don't think I could, I'll be honest. It's like, oh, the Pokemon are big now. Oh no. Oh, it's raining now. Oh well. I guess this is happening. It'd definitely be really interesting to be in a crowd. Yeah, they seem happy. Everyone's cheering. It's all good. The fighting badge. Nice. I'd not be cheering, I'd be crying. Oh no, Tatoes! Oh no! I got that. There's so many things going on. Imagine going to the bathroom right before that. Oh. Ooh, up to level 40! Ayo, let's go! You know, just miss, just miss the Pokemon growing to be like 10 stories tall. What'd I miss? Oh, you know, just Pokemon growing. What'd you miss? It's done. No more. Ah, I hear a pup. You're adorable, but you still frighten me because you're electric. Hello. Hello, Sonia. Yeah, nothing really, just match the Pokemon. Just like a normal Tuesday afternoon. You know, the usual. Yee. The usual. Oh. Something exploded. I would like to just attest that wasn't my fault. I was challenging the gym leader. It was not my fault. Okay, everyone's healed. Okay. We ignore that? I wish. I really wish that we could. But we can't. I really wish we could. But we can't. Wait, hold on. Shiny. I see shiny. Yee! Going up there? Not a clue. I would not ignore that. I'd be tempted to, I won't lie. Oh! You're destroying a mural. You're destroying a mural. That's B destroying a mural. That's this guy. It's supposed to be a mural at least. Or, you know, just like a historic site thing. I don't like him. Ah! The Pokemon's so ugly. Yeah, it definitely could have been designed better, but it's really, really strong. Wanna punch it? Yeah. Oh, okay then. Alright. Alright, here we go, I guess. I don't know what's going on, but okay. The hair swish, yeah. Good. I've already seen more than enough. To be fair, all I use is flying type Pokemon. You should know my strategy really well. Just to have like one or two electric type, and you got me good. Hey, good night, Carrie. Have a good night, Carrie. Pet, pet, pet. Good night. Oh, come on. I mean, what's going on? Can I have VOD watchers? Be nice to the VOD watchers. Care makes me feel lonely whenever they're healthy. Oh, it's okay. There's other people as well. I don't want to. There are other people to talk to. It's okay. You're not alone. Ouch. Just ignoring Tato's. Had to wake up for work in 6 hours. Oh. I wish you the best of luck. I still got at least a little bit longer until I have to go to sleep. Work and everything. Not a time zone, buddy. Cool. Hold on, doesn't that mean that you should also go to sleep as well, Clay? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That one is... It's only 1 AM, you know. Only 1 AM, it's all good. Dirt. Dirt, dirt. It's only 1 AM. It's all good. Oh. Clay is learning more things. You have learned more things. Things have been learned. Oh, Park, you're such a sweetheart. Oh, waiting. Yes, what's up? Waiting, waiting. Pausing. Holding. Yes. Hello. I'm 6 hours behind. Can I be a buddy? It's about the principle. It's about the principle. It's about the principle of it all. Yeah, just just people sit. I'm just playing funny Pokemon game. You're adorable, and I want you. You're adorable. You're so cute. Ah! You're adorable, and I want you. Let it get. Oh, there's a lot of yelling going on in chat. I want it. I want that one. I'll try to find it. Like a mermaid couple. Clay and Tato's both mermaids, real. Real. Yeah. I think I know where I can find one, CF. I'll find one. I still love the ponytail though. It looks so fluffy. The ponytail looks so fluffy. I love it. Yee. Oh. I have that one too. Sure, but I have to name it something else though. I can't name it CF as well. Ooh, Super Fang. Heck yeah. Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. Celsius Fahrenheit. How would to make it fair? I said I couldn't have it. I don't know. How about I won't take it away, but I will name another one for Tato's. The Shadow Baba from earlier. Oh, the Gothita? I think it's a Gothita. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Is Bead gonna get... Oh. Oh. Hold on. Is Bead finally seeing the consequences of his actions? Ayo. I don't know what Rose is doing here, and I don't like, but it's like slowly like zooming in on his face, but I don't like it. Is that the ice cream truck? I think I hear the ice cream truck. Hold on. Yeah, no, I just hear the ice cream truck in the background right now. Or at least outside my place. Oh. You are clearly not worthy. Not a worthy challenger. Oh. Is Bead finally getting the consequences of his actions? Ayo? Oh. I do want to push him. I want to push him. I want to push him. I want to push them. You must be joking, right? You're disqualifying me from the gym challenge? You're the one who endorsed me? There are 100 different ways we could sort this out. I don't think he's getting arrested, but oh! Well then. Second thought, I'm pretty sure he just got arrested. Well, whoopsies. Just, oh. Just, oh. Rose has beer gut? Yeah. Rose definitely has a beer gut. Oh! Oh! Ah! Oh, she's thinking, putting things together. You had a thought. Lore, yeah. The Pokemon! More lore. Pokemon. Oh my god. I gotta go. You're good, Gary. Have a good sleep. Yeah, oh my god, the sword! Oh, and the shield! Hey, yo! I wonder what that could mean. Good night, kitty. For the road credits, I don't know. I think this is about the Pokemon we saw earlier in battle. Yeah, probably. It's also the fact that it's the same music too, when we saw the Pokemon at the beginning. Vale, are you playing Shield or Sword? I am playing Sword. So, the one with the giant sword in his mouth is the one that I will have. I want the big... Yeah, I want the big Pokemon with the sword and shield. Yeah. Yep, most likely. Definitely. Woo. The game. More Pokemon. Okay, that does look really cool though. Alright, and now we run, and now we go to the forest. Meow. Okay, hold on. I need to level up. Or not level up. What am I thinking? Eh. Just look at... Like I go downstairs. Yeah, it looks silly, I won't lie. It's very silly. I have to heal. I see a ladder. I'm going up. Going up. Oh. What are they doing? Ooh. Can you ride your bike down the stairs? Possibly. I have to double check. They're scheming. They're scheming. The little noises. I love it. But let me heal up real quick. They are conversating. They have thoughts. Ow. I don't care about their Pokemon. Nope. My strawberry lemonade gum? Yo. Against you? What have I done to them? Oh yeah, yep, I can run my bike up the stairs. This should not be possible. This should not be possible. Why is this possible? But honestly, with the fact that I can just ride my bike down this up and down the stairs, I get why they are plotting against me. Yeah, just crimes. Just crimes. I live in a world where bikes can go on stairs. Oh dude, I know, right? Alright, now we're in my favorite part. Oh. Oh, there they go. You're so blurry right now because I got you on low setting quality setting possible. Oh. Look at that. Oh, wait. There's the glowy mushrooms. Yee, the glowy mushrooms. No, you run. I'm only looking for a specific Pokemon in this. Oh, harm. Just a real quick hum num. Why is it only this one? No. Yeah, I don't know if taking a bite of the glowy mushrooms would be a good idea. Like, so long as they're not like poisonous, you should be good. And if they also have the added effect of making you glow as well, that'd be pretty cool. Eee. Oh. That is horrifying. Hey Tatos, do you want this one? You want it? Okay. Little bit too late, Clay. Little bit too late, Clay. How do I not kill this one? It looks like a kill stroke and I want that. It's too late, Clay. I'm sorry. I will try not to kill it. I will attempt not to kill it. Ooh, okay, that was close. That was a close one. Those should be good though. Okay. No, just letting you know, Tatos, I can't use it because it's not a flying type. But I will still catch it though. Oh, there we go. Hey, there we go. Alright, Tatos. Alright, Tatos, what do you want me to call it? Yeah, grass fairy. Mm-hmm. Hmm. It's all good, no worries. Just take your time. I know that there is a bug that I named Headache. Let's call it M. Be funny. There's also a Pokemon that I just called Ich. Ich. Mm-hmm. Will do. Let's hit an E. E. There we go. There we go. Nice. And unfortunately I have to set it into a box because I can't use it. But there we go. Yay! And there are certain Pokemon that I want to find here. Oh my god, they look so dumb. Oh, hold on, I will be right back. I have returned. Oh. I've returned and there's flirting in chat. Aw, it's adorable. Are you sure? Are you sure? I can look up and scroll and chat and see what you guys were talking about. Just, you know, everything's cotton candy if you put your mind to it. That is so true. I can say that. Just talk about cotton candy, yeah. But to be fair, this Pokemon right here, Swirlix, does in fact look like cotton candy. Yeah. However, I am gonna have to run away though, because it is not a flying type, so I cannot use it. It's also not the Pokemon that I was looking for. It's like cotton candy too? So true. If you get Pegasus, take a bite. I don't think so about that one. I don't think so about that one. Oh! I didn't know they do that. Oh! This is a funny little guy. Do you want the imp? Do you want the little imp guy? Alright, I will try not to kill. Okay. There we go. You were just imp. It is you. Is you. You have been caught. The imp has been caught. Let's see. Here it snows. It sucks in the emissions produced by people and Pokemon where they feel annoyed. It thrives off of negative energy. Gotcha. Alright. What do you want to name the imp? Impidimp. Do you want to name the imp? What shall be the name? Name. Sleepy. Let's go, CF. Let's go to sleep. There will be the VOD. It might be a good idea to get some sleep, CF. It's okay. Gob. Hey, there we go. Like that then? Ergoblino. Gob. Sounds good. Alright, you are in the box. Sorry. Ooh, okay, wait, hold on, pause. Yue, hello! How you doing? I've been doing good. I don't have to get this little teacup. Hold on. I want to see if it's authentic or not. I can't tell. But doing good. How are you? I'm doing pretty well. Just kind of going about the day and everything. It's already been like 3 hours. I'm actually kind of surprised about. Yeah, just kind of going. Can't you catch it? Yeah, that's fair. I can, yeah. We shall see what it is. I know it's a ghost type for a fact. And it's like 100% ghost type. Mm-hmm. You should catch it and drink it. I'm sure they'll have no consequences. I'm gonna have to say no on that, Clay. I won't lie. That won't be a good idea. This Pokemon is said to have been born when a lonely spirit possessed a cold, leftover cup of tea. I just think that would just be not a good idea. Yeah, it is adorable. Wait, hold on. I forgot. I know, it's just Ghost. It is very cute, though. It's adorable. Oh! They glow. Oh! I love the sound it makes, I won't lie. It makes it adorable. Yeah, the glow shrooms. Fun moves. The song? Oh, dude, same. Oh! Yeah, no, but I like you too. Hey, the forest, the music of this forest is really nice. I like it. I also just like the sounds. Oh, whoops, I just left. No, we're going back. Yeah. If you eat them, do you glow? I have no idea. I hope so, though. Oh, I saw the shine. Shine. Ah. If I took a little nibble of one, could I glow? Maybe. I don't know, it's a little hard to say, though. Maybe. It returns. Another one. It's back. And now we run. I'm pretty sure they're pretty common, though. Yep. And another one. They're so great. They frighten me just a little bit. Especially with their eyes. They scare me just a tiny bit. Just a bit. What's the go flying types only catching or using only flying types? Using only flying types. So I can catch other Pokemon if I want to. But I can only have them on my team. I can only use flying type Pokemon. You're not near the eyes of nothingness. No. No. It scares. It frightens me. However, with me using flying types, I have to be very careful on, I have to be very careful whenever there are electric type Pokemon. Is Are you just a Twitch emote made Pokemon? Yeah, you got a point there. Yeah. It really is. Hi, how are you? Eat the mushrooms. I can get how people or why people like mushrooms, but I just don't taste very good to me. By catching this one again, because I want to see if it's an authentic one. Because authentic Sinistes are rare. Because there's authentic, and then non-authentic. At least for Sinistea. But the only way that you can, the only way that you can really see it is like on the bottom of the cup, there's like a stamp. If it's authentic, it has a little stamp at the bottom. I don't mean only eating they look. Oh, that's fair. I know some of them look really weird. I like them. I just don't like eating them. Okay, I think I might actually just kill this one. There's a flower crown Pokemon too. Yeah! The flower crown one is adorable. I think it's called, starts with the C. I don't think it's Comfy. Yeah, there's a flower crown Pokemon. It's in Sun and Moon. Or that's where it, came to be. Yay! It's so cute. Nope. Box. I'm also trying to find 2 certain Pokemon as well. Not you. Yeah, I know, right? I know the Flower Crown Pokemon is adorable. So it's either Flower Crown or like, it's something else. Don't remember what. Yee! You know, it is so cute. It's so cute. Aha! There you are! You were the one I was looking for. Hello. Okay, I know that CF wanted this one. Little Petnikins is something more. Yeah, I know, right? It's adorable. Okay. And then CF wanted this one. I think he just wanted me to call it CF, I think. Please. I get to bed. I can't. You have been chosen. No, you cannot move at all. You are unable to move. You are now forever stuck. Oh yeah, I forgot. Alright. No matter who you are, if you bring strong emotions near this Pokemon, it will silence you violently. Then... Oh. Just you! However, CF wanted this one, so I had to name CF. You're good, you're good. Yeah. And then I think there was another one with the Ponyta, I think. Remember correctly? Oh, here it is again. To be fair, you guys just do poke fun at each other. Just saying. Just saying. I forgot that I can do that. Whoops. Spin. Alright. Spin. There is the spin. Oh dude, I know, right? Blow. Such a cool streamer. I don't know about that. Eh. I think there are other streamers that are cooler than I am. I'm just kinda here. Eat it. I'm good. I don't want to get poisoned, thank you. I'd rather not poisoned. Oh. Yo, sneak. Attack time. I want you. I want you. I want you. Back. No, you're good, you're good. It took me a moment to... I killed it. Oh. Well, now we're not leaving this area until I get another one. Whoops. We're not leaving this area until I get it again. I must have the ghosty tree. The ghostly tree. Also see if I hope you had a good snack. It was a grass type. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. I knew that was ghost, and then I just kind of forgot that it was grass type. Hey, there we go. Hey, there we go. Yeah, it's so good. It's good. We're good. We're fine. I didn't mean it, bruh. I love it. I love its call though. Just. You felt okay. Sounds good. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna say here. Just it. I cut all my nails now. Cut my nails now. I miss when they were long. Oh no, I get that. There have been a few times when my nails got a little bit too long, and then I cut them. And it's just like, I use my hands properly. Yeah. I only like long nails because I can tap on my desk and make funny sounds. That's about it though. Bite my nails too much. Oh, with that, Tatos, if you don't want to bite your nails, put like a gel nail polish coating. We got the Phantom, let's go! Which is really, ouch. That kinda hurts. Alright, my nails long because my nail was like, those are so beautiful, never cut them. Just, oh! Nail polish on, it doesn't stop me. Have you tried, like, resin gel nail polish? Or, like, the store-bought kind where it's not gel? So wait, hold on. Tatos, didn't you want to name this one? Hold on. Wait, Tatos, didn't you want to name this one? I know gel nail polish is, like, it stays on for a good while. Yeah, go for it. I already thought that you wanted to name it, which is why I caught it. Yeah, no, you had to be, it hurts when you peel it off. I once bit my nails while having poised for mosquitoes on them, so nothing. Oh. No, that, I don't think that might have. Take your time. All good, all good. Get mine done with gel every 2 weeks. 2-ish weeks? Nice. I don't think I ever got my nails done. I think I only got my nails done like... Stump is a good name. Yeah, Stump is a good name. But what does Tato think? What does Tatos think? SMH. So mean. Stumpy with the Y? Yeah, we can do that. Make it cuter. Yeah. Can do. Stumpy. There we go. E. Also because I haven't been getting them done. It's just like one of those things where, you have it like so much. We just like have it so much where when you, the second you don't have it, it's just like, oh, this is wrong. Oh, so mean. Please be nice, pet pet pet. Ah. Personally, ooh, nice. That's awesome. Oh, this is so pretty. I would 100% live here. I would 100% live here. 100%. Oh. Ah! Oh yeah, no, I would 100% live here. Like, no hesitation. Yee! Looks so nice! Me, mine, my city, I love this. Well, now we have to share. Because I like this city as well. I don't care about that. Come on. I want to eat the mushrooms. It would not be a good idea to eat the mushrooms. It would not be a good idea. I don't think it'd be a good idea, Tatos. It's definitely not be a good idea. I'm just saying. Look at them, they're just kind of around. I kinda do though. And also look at the houses! They're so quaint! They're adorable. I look crazy? Yeah. A tiny bit. Yeah, no, the twins, cool. Plus they're also just like Pokemon just like scattered around. Oh my god, you're adorable! Ah! Eee. Just look, see? The Pokemon is just up there. Oh my god, I love this. Yeah, look at that. Eee. I love this so much. This is so Midnights by Taylor Swift. Most likely, yeah. Just a bit. Oh. No, it says LSC new. Fails kind of reputation? I don't think I've heard that one. Oh. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. She scares me, especially with the Moripeko. This like even Moripeko wary of you. I'm wary of Moripeko. Moripeko should not be wary of me. I'm gonna pick up a small mushroom and eat it. No, just a little bit of a hom nom. A little bit of nibble. Yeah, no, definitely. Moripeko should be extremely confident. Just very confident. Look what you made me do. It's on reputation. Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, I've listened to it. A little bit of hum nom nom nom. Hum nom nom nom. You know, Poison still looks like Splatoon. Alright, just want to see if there's anything that else I need to buy. Nope. An electric uniform? Hold on, are there electric uniforms? Hold on. There's steel. Oh my god, there is electric. Oh no. I have become the thing I fear the most. Yeah, the Splatoon. Splatoon. I see non-edible things and thinks what's gonna stop me is of control. it would still just not be a good idea. You know, just Splatoon. I do have a lot of money, so I could get it. But I like my flying uniform. This one would just be funny though. Just, I've become the thing I fear the most. The yellow and purple is Splatoon 3. Yeah, no, definitely. You know what? I'm just gonna get this just for the funnies. If you can't beat them, join them. Absolutely. I've eaten leaves before, not good. Ooh, you know, the leaves just don't sound good. Just ate a glowing mushroom, feeling kind of funny. Hey guys, I just ate just a glowing mushroom, and now my fingers are glowing. Don't know what's going on. Because little shades are used in the loading screen title. Oh yeah! Yeah. I just realized it like just now. Legs clear mind and break a leg. I'd rather keep my leg intact. Oh, thank you. That one's almost at a glow stick. Ooh, that's not good. That is not good. Oh. Let's try on it and bust it open. Put it out. Ooh, you know that's not fun. Gym mission serves as an audition of sorts. It's simple enough. All I need to do is battle my trainers and answer the questions they ask along the way. Oh. Oh, definitely. Just a little bit. Oh, is 8? Yeah, that makes sense then. Especially 8. Oh, wait, fairy type. Nope. So, I'm like level 40. But I should be good though with this one. I should still be good. Your brother's the Pope. Exactly. Fairy type gym. I don't want to become. Actually, I think it'd be pretty cool to become a fairy type. Maybe as a kid, it was tasty. Yeah, it's. If it's like just plain old paper, I don't think it's bad. It's still just like, ooh. It's just rolling around out there with the base. No, nope, okay. This on Grandma's A to B. How could you? How could you? Oh. Uh-oh. Ah! Oh, that's a trick question. They both are. I don't think it would be very fun. we go. Cardboard, probably sweet. Yeah, you. Did good poisons. I guess that's one. That one just looks like pudding. It's just literally pudding. Just pudding. Eat. Nom nom. You just wanted the lollipop, man. Eat. Consume. A sacrifice must be made. 07. Yeah, like at least you didn't actually eat it. At least you didn't actually eat it. That's good. That is very good. I like to conceal my identity. Oh, dude, same. I too also like to conceal my identity. They're probably thinking about. Yeah, honestly, probably, yeah. Oh, level up. Oh, level up again. Nice. Ayo! Soren is evolving, let's go! Ayo! What will the shiny Corviknight look like? Ayo, ayo! No longer Silverbird? What will you be? What will you be? Ooh, kinda like a brass, I think. Ooh, brass. Brass bird. This Pokemon reigns supreme in the skies of the Galar region. Lackluster of a steel body could drive terror in the heart of any foe. Well, LTU Pokédex, I'm pretty sure that this one's made out of brass. Because of being shiny. Eee! Feeling nice. He drives into my heart. Yeah! He's amazing. I love him. Hold on. We're gonna learn Steel Wing. Okay. Let's see. Raise users. Arrest his body. Oh, we'll do this one. Oh, go. Look at those talons too. Oh, they look deadly. Wait, on how many do I have to beat? Do I need disappointed emotes? Hold on, I think I actually have some, maybe? Hold on, give me it looks like I do not. Never mind. I do not have any disappointed emotes. I have wholesome stuff right now. To be fair, I can only have like a specific amount of emotes on my channel right now. Because I need like a certain amount of sub points or subs. Once I reach like a certain amount of subs, I get like one extra slot. And then I have to have like a lot of subs in order to get like more slots and everything. There are still some emotes that I commissioned Izzy for that I just can't use because I don't have any slots left open. That's all good though. I'm getting Vale famous. Oh no. No, don't make it come. It's okay. It's okay, Tatos, no worries. Again, you guys don't have to sub or anything. I just like it when, yeah, hold on, there we go. I just like it when you guys are just kind of hanging out for everything, or hanging out here and just kind of chilling with me. I don't mind, not making like a lot of money. It's just, me streaming is just a good way to just kind of like chill, relax, and just have a good time. And also, I'm just glad that you guys are just here and just having a good time as well. Some Twitch emotes are just weird. Panic basket. Yeah, that's for when everything is just going nuts, just going crazy, going insane. An accident? Yeah, I think you have Carrie to thank for that, to be honest. I think so. Picnic. Maybe one day we'll have a picnic stream. Was it in there? There we go. We're good. Pickles. Ooh, it's been a while since I've last had pickles. That'll be really good, like. Want a deli one? Ooh! I think I would have like a good deli sandwich. Wait, like the ones to put on top of the sandwich? Like, ooh, gotcha. That sounds really good, right? Pickles in? I have no pickles. Pickleless. There are no pickles in my place. Ugh. That scared me. Oh, oh. Nothing in the fridge. Or something like... Oh, definitely. 100%. Like, hell yeah! Picnic time, let's go! Then just fire. Fire. Everything's on fire! Burn, burn, burn. Burn, 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 burn. For the fire eaters. Yeah, for those who just want to eat the fire, just go hum num num. I still don't know just how people can do that though. They impress me. I bow to them. I applaud. Yeah, they just don't like spicy food, but they still wanna, they don't like spicy food, but they still want to, like, have some sort of heat. They eat the fire. Can't speak, I'm so sorry. I just noticed Pokemon you're fighting. That thing was so weird. It was weird. I didn't want to point out. I didn't want to point it out. It was so weird. An elephant bird? Yeah. I don't know what it was supposed to be. Dude, spicy food. But still my favorite, like, is spicy honey. It's really good. Doesn't it taste like real spicy? Oh no, absolutely. The hot chips thing, it's just it's decent enough. No, but the hot wings, ooh, those are tasty. Tasty. Nom 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 nom. I'm getting hungry now. Just nom nom nom. Oh, wings so bad now. Big KFC. Trying to make the entire chat hungry? Yeah. I think they are, yeah. I think CF is. Just trying to make just everyone hungry. What? Okay. What do you mean? Bruh. It's working. Yeah. Alright, sounds good, CF. It's just everyone's hungry now. I'm actually gonna heal up real. Just everyone is hungry. There we go. HP has been restored. We're hungry. More food is needed. The Pokemon that look like food just do not help at all, to be honest. Here we go. Brain now. Ooh, 3 level ups, nice. Then Blimp. Nice, and then Perk. Also nice. Ooh, Drake. Is that shame for eating curry? That depends what kind of curry was it. Raises attack and speed. I'm okay with why. Sometimes I cannot read the writing, it is just a blur. Yeah, no, that's fair. If you want me to go slower, I can go slower. If you want me to, write out everything, I can do that too. If you talk about, like, dream stuff, don't worry about it. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Yee! Oh. Well then, okay. Hey Park! Come here! I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. Anyway. There we go. I know, right? The Pokemon is so cool. I love Gardevoir so much. This Gardevoir is so cool. There we go. So graceful. And also just dead now. You never see Gardevoir? Oh, really? Oh. Yeah, Gardevoir is really cool. There's also, Gallade as well. Where if your Krylia is male, you can evolve it into Gallade. I went outside today. I'm now very head empty and in fact have been for a while. My head is static. Oh. Are you gonna be okay, Yue? Big Pokemon. But now you know even more just looking at this right here. More Pokemon. This is why we should never touch grass. Stay home. Just no static. Wait, you okay? Just not outside for a good while after this. That's fair. That's fair. Just take it easy for a bit. Just get some water, have a snack or two. Just kind of chill and everything. That'd be good. And maybe was the heat? It might be a little bit dehydrated, possibly. Opal is still there. I have a battery for outside activity and it is small. I completely get that. My battery for outside is also just small. Oh. Well, I can't kick the old lady, but I can beat her up in a Pokemon battle at least. Eat and not water, not gonna. Yeah, no. Just eat and no water is a very bad mix, indeed. I forgot about that one. I forgot that was a variant Pokemon. I forgot. I forgot. Are we gonna get enlightenment? I don't think so. Yeah, no, Weasley looks very different. The quizzes. We should be good. Yeah, no, it's a top hat. It's amazing. This little top hat with smoke coming out. It's amazing and I love it. But for alignment for the quizzes, we should be good, I think. Fairly certain. And don't be looking like a top hat. Yeah, it's either like a top hat or like a chimney smoke thing. Molly, that is... I should be able to use Soren. Let's see. I gotta have mine to buy Inspeed and Soren Show just because. Eee, shiny. Welcome to battle, Soren. If you want to. You can speedrun this game really quickly. Ace, let's go! Hopefully you still listen to me, please. Please, I beg. Please listen to me. Please. I haven't seen Soren fight. Yeah, look at him! Like, so cool. Okay, so he does listen to me. Bruh. Ah! Your favorite color? Pink? Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I wish that Molly had an anime Nonada and new a lot form. Leave me alone. Leave me be. I see you there. Leave me be. Leave me be. I've done nothing. Leave me be. Ace isn't very acing right now. Yeah, I think it's because of the defense falling a lot. But that's okay. Was that just a frame of people? That would caught me off guard a little bit, I won't lie. Just suddenly people. We now go back to the pseudo ace. The pseudo ace. AKA Park. Ah! Okay, just remind you have an audience, no pressure. Well, now I'm feeling pressure. What the heck? Well, I'm just enjoying my time. We're leveled up good, and Benjamin leveled up too. Also good. Nice. No big kiss. I'm good. That one is what you evolve into. That one. That one is what Patata evolves into. Yes, pressure. I prefer no pressure, please and thank you. And thank you, no pressure. Yes, yes. Ninja power is just fossils flying, yeah, I know, right? Ooh, El Creamy. Just a little bit, yeah. Izzy and Wander moment. Not a moment too soon. Also, there's also this one too. Oh, do you guys want to know? When do you guys see what this Pokemon looks like when it's huge? And at first, we gotta make a big snake. Just a big, giant water snake. I ate it by now. Oh, just wait. Just wait. Just wait. I'm gonna have some fun with this. Oh, you've seen some things. Look at it. Look at it. It's a giant wedding cake. I do it, I know, right? Eat. I'm absolutely gonna chomp. I'm going to chomp. Let's go ham. Big cake. You know, I would not. Max finale? Uh-oh. Oh, that's okay. Sorry about the ping's cake. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, no, it's just a giant cake. Oh wait, hold on. Pick, I don't know if you can see this, but look. Giant cake. We're just gonna eat it. Let's go ham. Yeah, it's you! And you have now been consumed. Consumed. Ham nom nom. Ham. Consume. Consumption. And we have one. Oh. Your pink is still lacking, but you're an excellent trainer with some excellent Pokemon. Oh, thank you. Even though I'm only using flying type Pokemon, but thank you. I do like her though. She's a good gym lead. Still not what I'm looking for. Just a matter of my preference. Find the next gym leader elsewhere. In fact, I've already got an idea about where to look. About the audition, but here's a fairy badge for your efforts. Someone of your height. Oh dude, I know, right? Finally. Look, a little badge. Very nice. Okay, so up to level 45 now, which is awesome. And then I'm definitely gonna teach that to Frihida. Frittata, sorry. Ow. I think I need three more badges, I think? Yeah, because there's Ice Dragon and then Dark as well, I think. A fairy uniform. Nice. I would use it, but I want flying. Oh. Of course it's not good to neglect your elders, but old folk like me should also know when it's time to step out of the spotlight. That speaks truth. That speaks a lot of truth, especially right now. In IRL stuff. Huh. And it is very, very true. Actually, like, it's so good. Oh, dude, they are. They are amazing. Oh, so good. All right. A bit depressing. It's a bit depressing that the only one, actually, the player's height is Opal while slouching. Yeah, it's a tiny bit. You know, the player is tiny. Player be itty bitty. Fajitas. Oh, hold. Yes, hi. How are you? You scared me. Hello. I've got a few errands to run in Hammerlock. Care to join me for the journey? You need to get to Hammerlock too, after all. Sure. Opal will never unshrimp. Yeah, no. Opal will never unshrimp. You know, we can accompany the old lady. We can accompany. Ah. Yeah, posture check. Dang it. Yeah. There we go. I am no longer a shrimp. I have to fight to not become a shrimp, though. Oh, it's just a dusty town. Though some Pokemon prefer it that way. Oh wait, hold on. I was gonna end stream, but I know what's gonna come up next. Hold on. I was gonna end stream, but I want you guys to see this real quick, because I know what's gonna happen. Oh no, trust me, you're gonna love this. Like, genuinely, you guys are gonna love this. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, so we have Bead, right? There's Bead. Come to gawk me now that I have my challenge band taken away and my gym challenger status revert. Wasn't he arrested? Yes, and he also is like no longer a gym challenger at all, so he can't partake anymore. Can you really afford to waste time like this? Yeah. Yep. You no longer have to worry about catching up with me. Agreed. Have you know though I haven't given up. Must become the champion in order to help out the champ man. I will go and ask him to let me rejoin the gym challenge. We haven't learned your lesson like at all. Hmm? Opal is that boy. Now that's what I call pink. Doesn't seem straightforward and yet so twisted and misguided. I like it. That's the kind of thing that gives people some depth. Time for my gym missing child. Pink. Pink. And pink. It looks so uncomfortable. Like, what is happening? Congratulations, child. Yeah, 100%. Throw away like rubbish once he was done with you. I may be able to help you out. You know, she looks very, like very much so. Yeah, no, his outfit is so bad that Opal is just loving it. And, he more or less just got kidnapped. He panicked me so much I closed Twitch. Oh no! Tatoes, I'm sorry! I'm sorry, Tatoes. I didn't mean to start to panic you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. Sorry. Genuinely, I am really sorry, Potatoes. I know that you could check out the VODs, I think. Yeah, the VODs and everything. It should... you know, Bede, the stubborn gym challenger that got arrested and had a pink coat. You know, Opal, the fairy gym leader, kidnapped him. Yeah. But hey, we don't have to deal with that anymore. Yeah! Yeah, the stubborn neon pink kid, yeah. I was just gonna type in capital letters, then Twitch just closed. Oh no! Tatoes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tatoes. Yeah, I know, right? Dude, the pose. Oh, do you want to know something? This, like right here, is actually how you get one certain Pokemon to evolve. Like, just doing this. You know, just doing that and spinning around for a little bit. That is how you... it's how you get one Pokemon to evolve. Just one. Did I pick him up? Yeah. Yeah. Like, grabbed his face, grabbed his coat, and then just appeared behind him. Then said, "Congratulations." Yeah. I won't lie, it was really funny. And B just looked so uncomfortable. Yeah. You know, it might be just a little bit insane. just a tiny bit. Alright, the spin. Alright, but... yeah, no, she was very happy about the outfit. That was really funny. Like, it was only just a pink coat, that was it. Like, a pink coat. That is all. It was amazing, yeah. Don't you play your character gets dizzy? Wait, oh, it's dizzy then. This has him get dizzy no cool pose. Oh, dude. I know, right? The Scarlet Violet player character is just missing out on doing a cool pose. Wait, hold on. I think they could very easily do that. But no, they just choose to be dizzy. SMH. SMH. Alright, but... I know, Scarlet Violet player missing out on a lot. So much. Ugh. So many glitches and everything. Alright, but... well... this is gonna be where I end for today. It's been almost 4.5 hours. I'm starting to, just sense a pattern here where I stream for at least like 4. Oh my god.
Does this still work?
I didn't know that still worked. Huh. Huh. Also, I don't know why it's like all the way on the side there. It's usually on the top. Huh. I didn't realize that they still work. Huh. Okay. Cool. Gloria and Victor are older. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I'm a bit behind. Oh no, you're good. I didn't know that still worked. I am still gonna end though. Oh, you're good. You're good. I didn't know that it still worked. I know it's like something. Huh. Okay, but I'm gonna figure that out off stream. Alright, well, this will be where I end for today. Thank you guys so much for sticking around and everything. It was fun just kind of chatting and hanging out. We made good progress We made very, very good progress with getting... Oh, geez. With getting...
Bye bye stream.
I love the fact that you just have that. Have that now. That's amazing. Yeah, we did good progress. We got the fighting and the fairy type badge. It's still high volume. A little bit, yeah. It's just tiny bit.
Just a bit. That's a tiny bit. Tiny bit.
There we go. Alright. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging around and everything. I think I would definitely stream tomorrow. It'll be Bug Fables tomorrow though. So it won't be the Sword and Shield flying type challenge. Even though we're making pretty good progress. Yeah. I will see you guys tomorrow for Bug Fables. Yay! Yeah, not a problem, not a problem. I had a lot of fun. I miss streaming a lot. So it's good to just like kind of get back into the swing of things. Hey, see you tomorrow. I'm gonna see if there's anyone to raid. Ooh, wait. Oh, I am gonna raid the cat channel. Hey, oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna raid. Yeah, no, I saw that. I felt so bad. I'm so sorry about that. You know, I have them up right now. They have been live for about 8 hours or so. But it should still be good. I'll just have to hurry. I follow them. Yay, adorable kittens. But yeah, I will still make sure like to make sure that they're streaming and everything, but so far it's pretty good. But yeah, hope you guys remember to get something to drink, something to eat. Remember I do now also have a TikTok where I will upload like little moments and everything. There's only one video on it currently, but I'm working on 2 other clips. So you guys want to follow that, you're more than welcome to. And I will see you guys. TikTok? Yeah, I just set it up last night actually. Again, there's only like 1 video on it though. Do we have Twitter? Should be? I think there's Twitter? Yeah, there's Twitter. And yeah. Oh yeah, Twitter is where I post any updates and everything on whether or not I'm gonna stream that day and everything. Alright. I will see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Also, don't forget to follow Rice if you haven't already, who made the PNG duper that I'm using and I got permission to use. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. 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 See you tomorrow for Bug Fables.